Yo, 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 everybody. I welcome you to a very special video. One that is going to be, well, let's just say it's a special event. Because y'all know about that tier list I've been wanting to make for so long, but been putting it off because I've been too damn lazy. Well, that time is at an end because a community member by the name of Zotlan has decided to put together a rather up-to-date tier list. But to make things really interesting, we have a week-long vote for a community modded tier list extravaganza. Just everyone's going to be voting on these, and I'm going to be recording this live on every single reaction I see. Most of these I know, some of these I do not. But this is going to be really, really fun. And of course, Abyss Sinker is first. We have 15 participants as of me recording this. This is within the first hour that the vote is up. I'm going to be linking this down in the description of the video below and in the comments, and the title of the video is going to be really fucking clickbaity because that's the entire point. This is just a kind of, get everyone in on the fun, and in 1 week's time, maybe if all things go well and we have enough votes and all that stuff, I'll try to do a collaboration with Meowsy on another podcast and see if we can talk about the results and kind of see how things play out in the end. But until then, let's get right to it. I've been wanting to do this for the past like 40 minutes, but I needed to set things up and all that stuff and get my drink, and there's gonna be no cuts, no edits, no nothing. So first on the list is Abyss Sinker. This is Jank the class, if I do so recall correctly. Am I right or not? If I'm not completely senile, this is the class that has this Slayer code just shoved right up its ass and then goes, hey, I got running gun, but it's not really running gun. I don't want to sound negative, but I don't believe this is a great class in its execution or anything of the like. It's very, very, very cool aesthetically. I love the vibe that it's going with, but art is not everything when it comes to me liking a class, unfortunately. So I'm sorry, Abyss Sinker, but you gotta go in the bottom of the barrel. It looks like some other people agree with me. A couple people gave it a B, which I commend them for, but I don't have the heart in me to really go with it. It's jank. That much I do know. Sorry, Abyss Sinker. Down in the barrel you go. Ooh, Acolyte of the Sun. I have to admit, I never really used this class too much. It's been quite a few years since I've last used with them, and it seems the stance on them is very divisive so far. We have 2 A's, 1 B, 2 C's, and 3 D's. They're pretty strong from what I remember, and they're a bit of a dodge tank, if I'm not too crazy on remembering about that. But I'm not... Acolyte of the Sun is really weird because I don't really like the idea of using Dark Souls bosses as classes. But at the same time, Oh Nightmare does some really great work. But on the other hand, it is using an unoriginal skeleton in the form of a cultist. So it's not like, custom animation. I know that animation takes a lot of time and effort. And Acolyte of the Sun is really a product of its time, but it's not a bad product of its time. I have to admit, let's see, what is this, B? I think the Acolyte of the Sun is a very solid B tier. It doesn't have anything that's really pulling it away from being fun to play, and it doesn't have anything that's really compelling me to pick it up for a new estate. So I think B is very fair for the Acolyte. Ooh, Oliver, this is where my bias is gonna shine real fucking hard. I love Fire Emblem. I love the big man himself. I love his gameplay style. He is also very strong. Because you see, he has a thing called silence, where you go, fuck your stress, you are not doing any stress. If you use it on a witch, they just effectively pass their turn. But at the same time, if you ignore that, he's a backline guarder with pretty reasonable bulk, and he has a couple interesting, unique playstyles where you can shove him up front and do, like, you know, AoE spam and Nosferatu tanking and shit like that. I really enjoy him. I don't think he'll be S tier for me, but he won't be any lower than B. Actually, he's not B, he's A or S. I think I just said the answer. Oliver, you're fairly strong. I think it's your strength that kind of pulls me away from putting you in S. You are very, very overpowered in some small ways. But I think A is very fair for you. Very fair indeed. Ooh, Alchemist. Ooh. Summons. Kinda hurt my stance on the Alchemist, in all honesty. Speaking of products of its time, Alchemist has not aged very well in my opinion. I don't know. Alchemist is fun, but it's aged bad for me. I'm sorry there, buddy, but you gotta go in the C tier. I don't think you're terrible. You're not Abyss Sinker levels of shitpost. Sorry, I'm speaking so bad of the Abyss Sinker, but I don't like the Abyss Sinker. If I could put Abyss Sinker lower, I would. Alchemist, you're C tier. You're just a bit below average, and you have a couple problematic, archaic design choices that really can break a lot of things, such summons, and I think he has an Actor dot as well, and that's... Ugh. Sorry, buddy, but hey, he's a fucking rather cool... They're rather rad-looking class. Very enjoyable to look at, but I can't do it. Ooh, Anointed. One of my least favorite of the birds. But I don't dislike him. And it seems the community votes are pretty spread across the board. We have 1 S, 2 A's, 5 B's. Holy hell. 2 C's and 1 D. I'm looking at either an A or a B. One is that he kind of invalidates the Vestal in some small way because he does the Vestal's job, but better. He is what I wish the Vestal was. That much is certain. But at the same time, when something is starting to overpower creep vanilla classes, that's when I kind of get a little bit drawn away from them. But he is... No, I take that back. He's very enjoyable because he has some very good trinkets. I can throw him in position 4 and do some weird strategies. Vintage classes are very great in that effect, where if you want to use this class in this position, there are ways to make them work. And that's why I think Vintage has such a great taste when it comes to balancing classes. They think about these things and they're very good at that. I'm talking more about Vintage than I am of Anointed. But you know what? I think Anointed is a solid A tier. I wouldn't put him at S because I think he kind of steps on the Vestal's toes a little bit in that he's more damaging, more durable. He's very good at keeping the party alive, but that's speaking more of the Vestal's flaws than his. He is what the Vestal should be. And I believe that earns him a solid A tier. This is... what class is this? I know the name, and at the same time I don't know the name. Mother of fuck. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look this guy up real quick. Starts with an A. Is this I'm trying to think of this class. Apostle, right? No. Apostate? Apostate. That's what you are. Yeah, you use the Vestal skeleton by Holy Chicken. Okay, yeah. Now I know what you are. You have very unique gameplay style. You're very unique. The only thing that kind of holds me back from kind of making you an auto pick is very shallow excuse, but they use the Vestal skin. That's the only reason why I don't really use them too much. But honestly, you just tweak this class just a little bit, update them, and they'll be and give them a unique skeleton. Every motherfucker would be using this class. I think the Apostate deserves a solid B. They're strong, but I think with how weird they are, they deserve this ranking, and I think it's fair. The mighty man himself. The shroom, the toad, the man, the myth, the legend. I enjoy the ass flexing mushroom. But at the same time, I don't really enjoy his playstyle. It seems the community though is actually kind of resounding my thoughts on this. I'm thinking he's a C tier, right there with the Alchemist. I really love the little dude being a shitpost, running through and just punch, and you know, one up and all that stuff. But yeah, he has unique animations, unique art, and all that stuff. So he has a lot of stuff going for him. I think just for the comedy factor alone and the laughs and smiles he can give me for being such a jolly old fella, he is a B tier. I would put him C, but he deserves the B just for the novelty aspect alone. Arsonist, all right, this is where things get interesting. I am basing off of the base class. No reworks are being considered for these rankings. No any tweaks or anything. Fire Attack Arsonist is a solid A for me. Without a fucking doubt. I love Fire Attack Arsonist. Base Arsonist. I'm sorry. He does not work the way he should. The fire attack patches really go out of their way to make him actually usable. But with a weird actor dot to try to emulate some strange burn dot going on, it's a missed up. It doesn't work. And the reason why fire attacks came to be is we can't create our own dots. Actor dots or not, you can make them work, but they work in a really weird way. They can break stuff. They're not ideal. In order to get a new dot to work, you have to completely change the code of the game and do a complete overhaul, and that's not going to happen with a single modded class, unfortunately so. And now if I were to talk about the rest of his kit, ignoring the janky ass actor dot with the Molotov, he has a mark, he has a stupid open vein and wicked slice scenario going on with his two skills of a mark and a bleed. He has a kind of a mediocre self-heal with the Color of Madness trinket is a little bit better because it's percentile healing. He's got weird tools. Hell, even fire attack arsonist would probably get bumped down to B. I'm just kind of... Artistically speaking, he's awesome. I love this dude. I love the welding goggles. I love the mask on his face. His barks are really entertaining to read. But he's D tier. Due to the implementation of trying to make a actor dot work. That's what blows him way down there with the Abyss Sinker. Ooh, Assaulter. Yeah, the community votes, I'm pretty surprised how spread out they are, but at the same time, I'm not surprised. We have 18 participants so far, 1,800 votes. That's really cool. But anyways, I'm not a fan of the Assaulter. I'm not going to lie. The art is cool, but also she stands in a really weird way. Her gun doesn't. The effects are weird. The way she holds the gun is weird. The presentation and the execution of, I don't know. Even before her slight rework when Cerebral was able to tune her up a bit, she doesn't do it for me. She is so midline focused, it hurts her. And then her losing a position 4 attack like that made me like her even less, actually. And her trinkets are okay. They're fun. I feel like I have to cheese the game in order to get the most out of the Assaulter. And she's not weak. She's just not fun to play. I don't like area of effect attacks like hers. And her gameplay stuff. If I want a mark hero, I'll just play a fucking I'll play Wraith of all people. Wraith or Bounty Hunter or something like that. Or yet another Musketeer rework by Old Nightmare. Sorry, Assaulter, but you are a C tier. You're not completely ass. Fucking astronomer, okay. Alright. The JoJo man himself. Buddy, oh pal. You break other modded classes just by you existing. And that's not a good thing. To explain what I mean is he has a skill that gives other characters riposte. When you have anything that's going to be tweaking those vanilla classes, even if you remove this from the code, you still have to go into the mod itself and delete them, and even using the optional patch, that shit still exists in the parent mod. Giving other characters a riposte is a novel idea, but it breaks anything that is going to tweak things, and I like stability in my mods. And seeing the absolute resounding D tier does not surprise me at all. I don't mean to sound overly negative, but in this case I have to be, because it is the truth in this matter. Astronomer. Like I said, I am basing this off the original class without any tweaks or anything like that, as he sits right now in the workshop with the riposte and without any tweaks to get rid of that and make it damage reflection. With damage reflection, he's a little bit better. He doesn't, you know, but it's not that much better. His kit design is weird. Not the good kind of weird for me. I don't like how dancey he is for the sake of being a dancer. I think he would ironically fit more as a midline focused hero. If I were to ever redesign him, I would position him more like a kind of like a weird occultist hybrid with Antiquarian, if that makes sense. I had an idea a long time ago, but that's the thought process I had, with his best positions being 2, but still being able to be used in position 4 or position 1, so rank agnostic in a way, but that's neither here nor there. I'm basing it off of this, and I'm going to go with the community votes on this one. D tier. Sorry, buddy. Axolotl. The goober himself. Herself. I think it's herself. I think Axolotl the foreigner is a she. She's a premier example of a great marker. She has a great stress heal. She has a great, she's got a pretty good spread of skills. She can dance relatively decently. She can operate from the back line. She can operate up front. She can stun. She can knock things back. She's got a very good moveset. Very good skill kit. Very, very flexible. Very fun trinkets. I have no... she's really weird. I mean, this example sprite has eyes, but she does have an eyeless skin. And I think this is one of those weird examples of an anime kind of... This character is based off of a Roblox avatar. But the gremlin energy is something I can appreciate, and this goober is really fun. I don't have nothing but praise to say of the Axolotl. Paco did an amazing job, and this is actually one of my favorite classes. Fucking S tier, mate. Without a damn question. Fucking S tier. Beastmaster! Sausage, I love ya, man, but I think Beastmaster has not really aged too well. Artistically speaking, he is an absolute joy to see. I love the tattoo effects kind of glowing when he's kind of standing in his combat idol, but his kit is very awkward. And he has the damning thing that kind of hurts him more than anything. He has a summon. The little plant corpse thing that eats things and doesn't feel too good. Beastmaster, if ignoring his summon, he is not terrible. He's not... I don't find him too fun to use. You can kind of beat the shit out of things with his double attack bleeds. That's another thing that I think modders don't like, because double attacks can kind of mess with things in some way. I don't remember the specifics exactly, but speaking only of his kit and not thinking of stability, he is something you can play him as a stationary kind of like hybrid DPS and support, or you can kind of play him like a shuffler. I think his strongest aspect is shuffling, like lungebot routine, which is a very popular playstyle in a lot of classes. With him being a lungebot and stealth focused, he can do some pretty good work. He can do some really decent shit. I remember testing him a long time ago when Carnifex was still around in the modding scene, and they I remember also doing succubus and all that stuff, but that's going off on a different tangent. Beastmaster, you're not S tier, you're not A tier, and you're not B tier. I don't think I have the heart to give you D tier. It's either B or C. I think C kind of works for me. Just a bit below average, but not like bottom of the barrel something. You're not terrible, but you do have a summon. And that alone to me prevents you from being higher than C. Ooh, Blackguard. Blackguard is, well, used to be the rare frontline healer. And then a trend of mods came around and slowly pushed toward... Let me turn the music down just a little bit so it doesn't drown me out. Odd music for this, but whatever. I'm kind of thinking just mostly it's his role as a healer. Blackguard, I used to love a lot because he was a tanky frontline healer. But he does have some quirky design. His nightmare trinkets suck. There ain't no way about it. His nightmare fight is really cool and really unexpected when you're not reading mod pages. Some workshop users go, I'm going to click this mod and just use it and go full in, balls to the wall and fully blind. And then they wonder why they have fucking skeletons in the living room when they go, what the fuck is that thing? Talking about nightmare mods such as this class and another one, Bogatir, when they see Koshe sitting there going, hey, how's it going? Anyways, Blackguard has a decent kit, but not really the stat line to support some of his skills, if that makes sense. Because Blackguard, he has an identity crisis, in my opinion. He can do work, but it takes too much work to make it happen. His best way to be used is, ironically, throw him in position 3 and use his range skills. His melee skills are lacking bad. His trinkets are lacking. Well, his trinkets aren't bad, but there is a disconnect in some parts of his design, basically, that really prevents him from skyrocketing in my love for him. I'm nostalgic for him. He's one of my favorite classes in terms of like design. I really like the silent big skeleton dude. I like his design, and it's an S-purple concept as well. So there's a lot of mileage going for him on that aspect. But at the same time, I just give him the Sorcerer's Incense, and I give him some other random universal trinket, and I just spam Grave Grasp and his heal and stuff like that. I just use him as a position 3 support. Honestly, it's because he has more... He's not locked in to being only in position 1 or 2. So it's not going to put him in C tier. But he's not S tier material. I think the community has on this one. I think he's a solid B. Not bad, not good, kind of like right there in the middle. And, you know, he's sort of... I know I've been pretty negative on him, but he's not terrible, in all honesty. In fact, his fucking bleed gets rid of skeletons. He can hit rather decently hard. He can operate in darkness pretty damn good because he is a darkness-based class. His AoE attack is really strong. He has inexorable or whatever his... He self-immobilizes. He can heal pretty fucking good, but he can also get focused down really hard too. but due to the fact that some of his more questionable aspects kind of draw him down, he could use a redux sometime in the future, and he deserves one because he could really use it. He really needs a rebalance. He would easily be A tier with some tweaks to his kit to kind of complement his nightmare trinkets to be a little bit more on par with modern modding tendencies, and kind of help his melee side a bit more. He leans so hard in his support and ranged attack. Why ever swing his mace, you know? Yeah, B tier. Bloat. Cronuts. Cronut? This one's hard. I remember when he was first released and the modder going, I'm going to release all the trinkets. At the time when he first came out, I would say he was a B or C. But as time passed, it's kind of like, what's their face? Alchemist and Arsonist and all that. Time was not kind to this poor class. I mean, I love my Blight supports, but he has not aged very well. I like him, but I don't know how else to say it without being too negative, and I hope I'm not being too harsh on some of these classes. Opinions are opinions. Mine tend to be kind of rather strong sometimes, and I feel bad about that. Sorry, buddy, you gotta go in D tier. I don't like you anymore. I used to use them a lot, but it's the trinket bloat. And yeah. Ooh, Bluesman. I'm dying. Dying sounds insert here. This sucks because I'm using a rework of him that really makes him fucking fantastic. But I have to base this on the current state of Bluesman. It's without a question he is a D tier. The reason why I explain is he is such a fucking fantastic tribute to one of the greatest bluesman artists to have ever lived, whose work. Alright, sorry, I'm gonna divulge a little bit of trivia here. Alright. So, bluesmen and a lot of Ebony Betty classes kind of lean into African American culture and all that stuff, and really highlight that in a very great way, and I think it is a fantastic tribute. The Bluesman is based off of Willie Johnson. Willie Johnson made the song Dark Was the Night. We sent a recording of this song on Voyager 1 out to space. One of the first man-made objects to leave our solar system, and his music is reaching the cosmos. The guy, the real Willie Johnson, had a very tragic life. He died of pneumonia in the ruins of his burnt home. But the ultimate tribute to his memory was the immortality of his work, or something that is representing all of humanity. And the fact that Ebony Betty decided to make a class based off this man who made a deal with the devil and all that stuff, based off the real life Willie Johnson, is a very, very strong thing to me. But I can't base him off of the thematics alone. He would be a solid S tier if I did that, because he is a fantastic tribute, and I love him to death for it. But unfortunately, he not only has he aged very badly, he was underpowered at the time of his release, and I dare say he is one of the most weakest classes ever to date. He has the damage of he has low damage with leper accuracy. He's trying to do a transformation gimmick. He's got such a fucking vibe, and he's just held back by his stats and his skill kit. His trinkets are not really that great. He is not even worthy of C tier. He's just not really strong. He struggles. Even when you pour all of your effort into him being decent, he still lags behind even a Bonk Festival without a heal, which is very sad to say. I really love the Bluesman, but sorry, buddy, you gotta go in D. Boga, 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 boga. He is solid S tier alone just for the fact he is. But Boga is pretty mid in all things considered. He has a good heal, and it's on a cooldown. It's balanced, but the fact that he had a slight change to his skill kit to where he can only use his shield throw in the back ranks, is awkward. Boga tier, I think, is very good in certain teams. I used the lad quite a bit. I've really put a lot of effort in him with his red dancing shoes to where he can shuffle about. When you try to use him in a stun team, you really have to plan around it and know the game to really use it to the utmost effectiveness. He's not as overpowered as, say, the quote-unquote Bloodborne classes, where they just visual attack everything to death and just rip their guts out, just destroy everything. I think he came before any of them were a thing, but I'm not going to try to pull my memory too much there. I'm just going to base him on him alone. Boga his trinkets are actually not that bad. His trinkets are good, his skill kit's good. It's just rough trying to make him work. You know what I mean? I would say he's kind of designed pretty well with balance in terms of vanilla classes in the roster. So he's not terrible, and he's nothing below B tier. I'm going to say that right now. He is not going C or D, without a fucking doubt. He's not that bad. In fact, I really like him. I enjoy using him. It's just, I'm trying to struggle if he's A or B. He is not S. Not S, not one bit. He has some issues that kind of make me pull him back a little bit. His slow speed kind of hurts. And his reliance on stun for his melee kind of hurts. And his cooldown heal, his stress heal is really good. You know what? He has a good stress heal. He has a percentage heal. His trinkets are decent. He kind of requires you to do a little bit of thinking, but if you can play to his strengths, he's very good. If you can't play to his strengths, he's kind of average. Bulk. This, that, and the other. But I'm going to give him a solid B. I think that's deserving. Bombard, holy shit, a lot of people like him. Look at that, 3S, 4A, 5B. I can probably guess why people like him. His big ass explode. He has a lot of damage. He is also pretty interesting. When it comes to the Turk classes, I think that Bombard is probably the most well received. That and Commandant. Commandant and Bombard are probably the two most popular ones. That's my perspective, not based off any fucking statistics. Just saying that right now. This is just based off my perspective. I think Bombard and Commandant are the most popular ones. Bombard is also sometimes the misunderstood one. And I am guilty of this as well. What I mean by that is his riposte. I treated his kaboom as a, hey, come and hit me and I'm going to blow you up now kind of attack. Not press this button and try to press it again and do the quad AoE explosions. And that made him like a C tier to me back then. But I was a dumbass and I didn't read the tooltips right. And I didn't read workshop pages back then. Now that I've been clued in on his usefulness, I see why some people put him at S tier, because, and I don't think I'll put him at S tier, but he's pretty damn close. The Bombard is a cross-mod god. The reason why I say that, his skill Rearmament refreshes limited use skills, which is supposed to only be used on himself. But in Modern God's infinite wisdom, he can use it on everybody else, and has given him the community meme nickname of Space Coke Dealer, or Shard Dust Dealer. In the community, we like to call it Space Crack, because why not? It's funny. Sorry, I'm just taking a drink of my soda here. And so I'm kind of reached a dilemma here, because I've rated some classes back because of how strong they are in certain aspects, such as Oliver there sitting at A rank instead of S rank. So do I go back on some my microphone is like, hang on one second. I'm not editing any of this out, so deal with it. If you hear weird cracks and crinkles and bumps and this, that, and the other, I don't care. Okay. So, do I go back on what I originally said for considering really overpowered things, go, I'm going to rank this lower because of this? Or do I go with what my heart and gut are telling me? Because I'm 12 and I like big fiery explosions and pyrotechnics and hell yeah, I'm gonna blow up the sky and shit like that. I love explosions. I love explosive, over the top, excessive force. I love shit like that. I love setting him up to go, alright, I'm gonna just get the big funny number, go boom 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 boom. Hey look, I got 4 20s over there. I just wiped out entire groups. You know, I love his barks. I love the I really love Bombard. He's one of my favorite classes for a lot of good reasons. Not because he's fun, he's very visceral, very euphoric. Know what I mean? His presentation is masterclass. The sound effects are masterclass. The barks, everything about him just screams like, yes, this is how you do a fucking modded class. He has an identity and it stands and it shows. I love the Bombard. He is fucking fun. I love him to death. But I'm conflicted with myself. Is he S or he's A? I have no fucking idea. He is going in S tier because why the fuck not is my list. Fuck you, that's why. Alright, we're on to another one of my favorite classes. In fact, Botanist is one of my all-time favorite classes. I have 5 classes that rank at the top of my list. Well, 6 technically. Botanist is number 3 on that list. She is automatically an S, and I will explain why. 1, she is a blight support. This is a role that is kind of a bit rare without the class being absolute fucking dog water. I'm looking at you, wretch. I hope I see you on this list so I can give you the ranking you deserve. 1, she's a frontline plague doctor without the double stun cheese. 2, she has a really strong utility aspect of hiding your characters with a small heal and a stress with a small heal and a stealth. So this is kind of like the Stygian Embrace with the Butcher's Circus occultist. 2 or 3, Her blights are very fucking potent. She has a bleed. She has a slight stun. She has a way to move herself forward. She has a way of increasing Dot's stun. Dots are very strong in Darkest Dungeon. Who doesn't like seeing a fucking skeleton go pop like a damn zit, or seeing the fishmen melt away in their own fucking corrosive vomit? Just go, bleh. You know, who doesn't like blighting things to annihilation? I do. I fucking love that. Or it's not going to me that's going to say, oh, I don't like this, I don't like fun. Who doesn't like dots? I love seeing the enemy die in their own turn, just go fucking 40 blight, just blow up, you know? It's very satisfying, and she is a very satisfying character to play. I like her. She can heal very well. She can clear... She can cleanse dots. She can do this. She can do that. She has some... even if she gets pushed to the back, you have some way of getting her back forward. She can stealth other people. Her utility is great. Her combat capability is great. She can actually do, you know, slice things, well, pretty good too. S tier. Without a fucking doubt. She's... A botanist is really good. Bowman, I already know when I'm going to rank you, but I'm going to explain you for a sec. He is a highwayman, damage-only duder that wants to sit in position 4 and go pew pew pew. He has armor-piercing arrows, bleed arrows, blight arrows, and if you want to fucking if you want to bring the light of God to everything and use fire, he has fire arrows as well. I love fire attacks, but we're not going to talk about that. If he had fire attack, he'd be down in C tier, just by saying, because he's overpowered with fire arrows. Bowman is a damager of all damagers. He's DPS. Pure, plain and simple. I think he executes his role pretty damn well in a world where dedicated position 4 characters are a bit of a rarity. He earns his place. Now, does that make him fun to play? It depends how you look at it. Some people love just deleting things with a lot of his attacks. My issue with Bowman is some of his attacks feel a bit redundant. And that kind of takes away my enjoyment of him. He does have a couple good debuffs on him. So that much is really good, really strong, and is very much in his favor. But there's only so much you can do with an all-damaging character that's locked to one position. The reason why it works for Highwayman is Highwayman has a lot of mobility tools and stuff like that. He has other tools that doesn't lock him to one position. I mean, you can just throw him, you know, whatever. But Bowman is kind of stuck in that one position. To make up for that, he has the versatility of the different damage types. He can armor pierce, fuck prot, by the way. You'll find out really goddamn quickly I have a fetish for armor piercing attacks in modded Darkest Dungeon, because a lot of modded enemies have a fuck ton of prot. Fuck prot. I think I'm going to put him at A tier. He's not fun, but at the same time, he is fun. He's not like Bombard, where I just get, you know, hard on going, yes, explosions, baby! Fuck yeah! He's fun in the fact that, oh, look at that! Look at the cute little fucking 80% prop motherfucker over there. Well, goodbye. I'm gonna shoot you in the head now. Oh, look at that! A quad AoE of fucking, supplicants I can bleed with. There you go. Or I'm going to use his Color of Madness trinket and start going, hey, I'm just going to start stacking bleed and blight. He is cheese-worthy fun. And that's what I like about him. So, my fun aspect of him doesn't come from his presentation. It comes from how well you can exploit it. And I think that's rather fair for me to give him 8 here. I think he's not weak. He's not... Well, he's far from fucking weak. He's very strong. In fact, I think he's a little bit overpowered in some weird way. But at the same time, he's not, because he's locked to only positions 3 and 4. Ah, fuck it. He gets A tier. I don't need to explain myself any further. None. Holy shit, that's a resounding fucking community response. Not a lot of people voted on her yet either. This fucking C tier actually sounds right. I used her in my playthrough on the channel a little bit. Yeah. Basing it off her normal kit, she's ass. I'm sorry to say, I really don't have a pleasant way of saying it. That's the quickest rating I've done, but C tier, I agree. Remedial Knight. This one's a bit of a tricky one. This is what I was talking about earlier when I was mentioning Blackguard. Frontline healers becoming more and more of a popular trend. And Remedial Knight kind of fills this gap. Remedial Knight is a man-at-arms in a vessel, had an unholy love child, and birthed this thing, this creature. So, she's got very strong heals, very good ping ability. She has a funny AoE damage reflect buff. She does have a forward move, so she can maintain an offensive presence. She can maintain her position. I find myself often, I want to slot a 5th skill on her. I don't remember her, well, I know her skills off the top of my head, and I don't care to really go through her entire kit. If I did that with every single fucking hero, we'd be here for 3, 4, 5 goddamn hours. But, so I'm trying to rapid fire on some of these. But honestly, I'm kind of mixed on where I would place her. And honestly, the community votes are kind of echoing how my thoughts are going. I'm looking at C and S. C and S, C and S, C and S. C, because she is actually kind of... She's not D tier. She's far from D tier. But I don't think she's C. It puts her in the same fucking category as Assaulter, and I fucking hate Assaulter. I'm sorry, Assaulter, but you... I don't like you. Now I'm looking at B. B has Blackguard, has Bogatyr, has Acolyte and Apostate and all that. Now, comparing her to Blackguard. Blackguard works, but has a disconnect with his own skill kit. Bogatyr works, but has some issues that you have to kind of plan around to make him usable. Apostle, you know, the Mushroom Man is only there because he gives me a smile, so whatever. Apostate is there because they're unique. Acolyte is kind of dated and kind of, to me, is held back. So the B tier is kind of where I start to see the problems with the class. But at the same time, not really. They're still classes I enjoyed playing. But this is really, really difficult to rank, actually. You know what? I think you're a solid A tier. Because you can push the offensive, you can guard, you can heal, you can do this, you can maintain a front line. But I'm not putting you at S because those front 2 spaces are often the most contested spots on my team. But I can still place you in positions 2 or 3 and still make use of you rather effectively. So I think A is fair. Cane Knight. Not Redux. Just regular Cane Knight. If I was rating mints Redux right now, that would be an S tier. Without a doubt, S tier. However, this is not mints. This is base. I never used the base Cane Knight. I have to skip. Cataphract D. I don't fucking need to explain. Fuck Cataphract. I made my own motherfucking adjustments for that class. Do I need to explain anything else? Moving on. Scipio Bellarum, the Centurion. I know he's fucking got another name and all that, but I like using the name Scipio. He is like borderline broken. Borderline. I do mean borderline. He's got kind of like a forced loop going on with his moveset. Incredibly! I love the memes. Honestly, I already know where my heart lies. He's very strong, but I don't really enjoy the loop as much as other people probably do. I like a little bit more nuance in my skill kits. I do not personally believe that Centurion has a lot of nuance in his skill kit. Unfortunately. So, for that reason, he gets a B tier. Charlatan, boy. Oh boy. Simultaneously the most broken son of a bitch alive and the most useless son of a bitch alive. What do I mean by that? His gimmick is he marks a dude with stealth, gives everyone on your team the ability to bypass that stealth and have bonus damage dealt versus stealth. Great idea, but not something the game is really balanced around too much. I think it's introducing a mechanic that is a bit excessive in how it's implemented. There's another class out there that actually does this idea extremely well. But I think Charlatan is a bit of a product of his time. However, Charlatan is far from useless. The only reason I've ranked Centurion in B is Centurion is sort of locked into a certain playstyle of you want to loop things. Once in a while you do his quad AoE Aegis, or you want to get the Eagle Talons and snipe shit with that. He has a predetermined loop, basically. Charlatan is a bit more flexible still, but he's not strong enough to kind of push out of this tier. I think he's pretty average when it comes to that. I think B tier is a very safe place to put him. He's not A because there's nothing really other than like the stealth cheese he does. He doesn't have any noteworthy aspects that kind of stand out to me, but he's not useless, like sitting there wasting space on my fucking roster, right? He's not Assaulter, he's not Beastmaster, he's not Nun or Cataphract or any of these other dudes I rated lower. So he's not a wasted space. He's a stress healer. He has some pretty decent damage. He can do some things. His trinkets are ass, which also pulls him back a bit too. So I think B tier is a fair play. Ooh. Chaplain. You know, I don't really want to go too much in this class without considering fire attacks. I haven't really used her without fire attack. Well, I've used her without fire attacks. I don't really enjoy the kit, but it's far from useless. I'm going to say C tier. Alright. This is going to be a spicy one. So, what do I think of the Choir Hunter? What do I think of the Choir Hunter? I see a couple base people put her at S, and I'm thinking the same thing. I'm also looking at A. But it fascinates me that most of the people put them at B. Now I understand why. You know, let me take a look at the runtime on this video so far. We're already an hour in, baby. Oh, this is gonna be good. Now I'm only in the C's. Okay. Okay. Choir Hunter has extreme potential to be a god, right? The reason why I say that is they're a Bloodborne class. All the Bloodborne classes have the visceral attack, and visceral attacks are very funny because that's a lot of damage you can put off with visceral attack. A visceral attack basically is, in layman's terms, to explain rather quickly, is the Bloodborne classes take on taking. Pretty much Bounty Hunter does it with his skill where he attacks a target that's stunned and do bonus damage versus stun. Bloodborne classes go, okay, I'm going to take this, but I'm going to wrap it up a bit and clear that stun, but do massive fucking damage, like one-shot potential damage. You can legitimately kill bosses in one hit if you fucking do play your cards right. So visceral attacks, it's... you have to plan around the visceral attacks. But unlike Bogatyr, they do so much damage. The payoff is almost always worth it when you land these attacks. So automatically, that sets the Bloodborne classes apart and set them way the fuck up there in terms of like, damage point. Oh yes, baby, fuck yeah! But at the same time, she is a rather competent healer. She is got some issues when she is trying to dance around with the afflictions, and Cerebral actually did a pretty good tweak with them to where they put out a mod that makes the affliction version a little bit better. But I'm not basing my analysis off this. I'm basing the analysis off the base class itself. The one thing that Choir Hunter can do extremely well that not a lot of people kind of play up to as much. But one community member I know puts out funny screenshots of is the Call Beyond. You ramp her up in damage and you play around this Call Beyond. Oh! It's pornographic on how effective it is. And all things considered, she's actually pretty damn decent as a support. She has an AoE heal, I think, that gets rid of bleeding, or I think it gets rid of bleeding. I have to look at her kit a bit more in game, but I don't really use her healing. I use Choir Hunter in two ways. A position 4, I'm just going to heal everything, dude her, and do it well, and she can do decent heals. You can treat her like a Vestal, or you can treat her as a kind of like a weird hybrid DPS, off DPS or nuker. I use her as a nuker and quad AoE, called from beyond, blow up everything kind of character. So that already said is she has a boring way to play, she has a spicy way to play, and she has a gamble way to play. She has different ways of playing or being played. And you know what? I think that alone, like, she has issues, but her strengths far outweigh her weaknesses. I think she deserves S tier. Cleric Eret. Let's see. Oh god, we got a lot to go through. This is gonna be a long fucking video. Alright. It's gonna be a fucking long one, lads. I don't I don't want to get into the specifics of this dude because I don't like him. I'm sorry, but I have to skip. Commandant. Woo! Remember what I said about Bombard and Commandant being the two Turk classes? Remember what I said about Bombard and Commandant? And I think Commandant... Holy fuck! People love their fucking AoE duders. I like Commandant as well. I think Commandant's how you do a assaulter. Sorry, assaulter. You suck. You smell. Commandant does your job way better. I'm sorry, I just don't like assaulter. I'm throwing so much fucking shade on assaulter, and I don't mean to, but I hate that class. I feel bad. I feel bad saying that. How many times have I shit on that poor class? Quite a few times. Same with fucking Alchemist. Ugh. And Base Arsonist. And Cataphract. Don't get me started with Cataphract. I made a fucking patch mod for that class. Anyways. Ugh. Commandant. Oh boy. You just are great in a lot of positions. You have a AoE bleed. You have some. He has a lot of good tools. His officer pistol's good. His bombardment's funny, even though it's probably his worst skill to use, which is funny enough. But people love using it because I'm firing fucking cannons from somewhere else and raining hell on the enemy. Visually, he's cool. It's a fucking officer with barbed wire powers, this and that. He's really awesome. I'm torn of where I rank him. S tier is a very fair rank to give him. And you know what? His move skill moves other heroes too. And that's another fucking plus for him. I had nothing but praise for the fucking Commandant. His trinkets are also good. I'm looking at, I just see another S rank pop up. You know what? As God intended, Commandant gets the 11th S tier from me. Woo boy, we're getting into another spicy one here, lads. I love the Gun Witch. You should probably fucking know this from some of my videos. The Gun Witch is very hard not to slot in some of my best classes at champion rank. I think she is a little bit overpowered, but at the same time, you can put her in position 1 and just fucking Hellfire and Brimstone spam with her skills or skill kit and just do funny position 1 dodge Gun Witch, which is pretty funny. You can use her as a marker with the broomstick. You can debuff things. You can do quad AoE blights with her cauldron. Now, she has a bit of overlap with her cauldron and broomstick. The cauldron is probably her intended way to play, where she just parks in position 4 and snipe things that way. Plus, visually, she's really stunning. She's very, very fun to play. She can flex around in the mid ranks. She can go up front. She can go on the back. Yeah, I agree. She goes S tier. Even though she's rather overpowered with the third right eye, with the little laser eye that gives everyone infinite accuracy, basically, and not infinite, but perfect accuracy. A tier. The near perfect accuracy she can give others and ignore the accuracy tax actually pulls her back from S tier. She's not the perfect specimen. She's damn close though. She is so damn close. Itinerant Cook. I think you're a solid B tier. I don't really have a lot to say that's really strong on you. You are good for wiping out trash mobs and doing big bomb heals. When it comes to elites and boss fights, you stink like rotten fish. I'm going to give you a B tier. I think that's fair. You're not bad. You're not. Your weakness is the most important fights in the game. The elites and very long drawn out fights because you're a limited healer. And that kind of sucks. Unless you have a bombard or some other ways of promoting the space crack, your uses are a bit limited and you can get knocked around a little bit too much. When you get knocked around, you fucking suck. Alright, sorry Babette, but you go in B tier. B for Babette. Corsair. Really? B tier? What the fuck? Okay, I disagree. Everything with you fuckers that are out there voting on Corsair, putting her in fucking B tier. Shame on you. I don't agree. Even without her fire attack, I find her to be decent. She's not godly, she's not an S tier, but she is pretty damn decent. She's a solid dodge tank hero who is a bit clunky to use, I'll admit. She's a little clunkier to use in that aspect of where you kind of have to play around it a little bit, and she wants to get hit and this, that, and the other, but when she works, by God does she work. Now, her skills hit very hard. She can hit very hard. And she's a shuffler at her very design, and she's a dodge tank at her very design. I'm going to have to give her A tier. Just despite the community rankings. My God. The boy, the man, the myth, the legend, Rex. The apex hunter himself has come out to play. You know, I'm trying not to let my bias talk here, but the trophy hunter is a very solid DPS and shuffler. Probably a little bit better than Corsair. Actually, a lot better than Corsair in that aspect. Corsair is a little bit more clunky to use, I'll admit, but I like Corsair and I really like how hard Disembowel and blow shit up. Trophy Hunter has a reversed Holy Lance, which really fucks things up. I am going to say, I don't know. I say A tier. I don't want to say S because I save S for the really niche cases of, yeah, you're good everywhere, and he is good everywhere. His trinkets are some of the best around too. But at the end of the day, he's just a damage dealer. He's a really good and really fun and very versatile damage dealer. Same thing with Corsair. She's just a damage dealer. Now, Trophy Hunter is very selfish and very good. His trinkets can allow some weird, quirky support, which can be fun in the form of one trinket allows him to pretty much give a speed buff, accuracy buff to everyone else, this, that, and the other. But even with the buff to his riposte, I still find it to be a tempo loss, this, that, and the other. And you can make his funny lurking fear work. I think it's a great little meme to have, but I don't. That's kind of what pulls me back from ranking him at S. Is if he, I don't know. He's very shuffle oriented without needing to shuffle. But yeah, I think A is more than fair for the big guy. Whoo boy, curator. Trinket bloat, the dude. I think B is fine. He can he can hold his own. He's not a terrible fighter. He has... I don't know what the hell is going on with his AoE debuff. I don't understand the concept behind it. And his antiquarian-like nature kind of is weird with the relics or trinkets, which kind of limits my take on him. I think B is more than fair. He's not terrible. He's, you know, sit in the same tier as Cook and Charlatan. Not a bad fate to have. Senshi, S tier. Without a fucking doubt. I see folk are rating him right there in the B and C. But reason why I think S tier. One, he is actually a balanced frontline healer in a block within Aegis and all that stuff. And he's quirky enough to kind of stand... You know what? No, I'll say A tier. He's quirky enough to stand out in his... he has a mark kill. He has a mark killer. So he has a stun kill, mark kill. He has some cleansing. He has some good, decent heals. He can hold his own. He can function position 1, 2, and sometimes 3. So he's got a little bit of flexibility. He is kind of pushing toward being only used in rank 1 and 2 though. So his flexibility kind of hurts a little bit, but it's not the death of him. He has some quirky ways to be used in 2 and 3. But I wanted to throw him in S because I just like the big guy. But at the same time, I have to be realistic and say he is a bit limited in some aspects. Well, not limited in a bad way, but he's fighting for a very contested position. And while his healing is good, it is sometimes not the most reliable. If that makes sense. I think it does. Yeah. A tier. It's more than fair and you know it. Duelist. S tier. No. Actually, no. Actually, this is a bit of a tough one. I think the community vote's kind of resounding with me on this one. I like debuffs. I really like debuffs. And her debuffs are really fun. Her trinkets are very good. Dark Lanthorn with Riposte Gaming. Oh, delicious. Iris really knocked it out of the park when they designed this kit. They really knocked it out of the park with how well she plays. She can fit in a lot of teams. A tier, I think, is a disservice. She's not pushing the damage that she used to. She actually got nerfed a while back. You can flesh spam and go lol and delete shit that way, yes. But her damage is lacking, but that's not the focal point of her. I think her strength is her flexibility, her versatility, her debuff gaming, her trinkets. She deserves the S tier, in my opinion, because that's her primary strength, is a disruption-based character that is done correctly. And Iris, fucking masterful work on her design. Ooh, examine it! Woohoo, boy! I love this lad. I love this lad a lot. Once. Okay, my music is still playing. Good. I really love the Examinate because he has got a lot going for him in terms of design space. He can be used in positions 1, 2, and 3, so he's very flexible with his ranking. He has a very powerful effect in the form of necrosis, where you have everything blighted and he just does that, just does all kinds of shit. Flagellant in DD2 is very powerful. I think the translation of the Examinate path to Darkest Dungeon 1 is a very faithful recreation by the people that made Examinate. Damien the Undying here really is better in death than he was in life. The percentage heals are massive. He can be a bit squishy if you push him, but if you play him safe, he is a fantastic blight support. He has some fantastic effects going on. He has a lot of damage potential. He is excellent. He is very good, and he's a lot more flexible than he seems, which is very nice. Now, the decision is he A or S? I am leaning toward S, and I don't want to put all my favorites in S, but he is very, very, very good, and I see why he is torn between S and A with the community votes thus far, with 35 participants as of this recording. And this has been all one live fucking video. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. No cuts, by the way. You know what? I think he deserves A tier. Trappa, 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 trappa. This dude makes you money for days. That's unfortunately what he has become known for, rather than his kit. I never used him for... I guess people love stalling and slicing up corpses and making lots of money, coming home with 60,000 gold of fucking dead skins. I don't use them that way. I'll be honest. This dude, I instead use for his versatility. His little bad touch can be a mark killer or a blighting attack, which is fan-fucking-tastic. He can operate from the back, he can operate up front, he can use disengage to blight things up front, he can move forward, he has really fun trinkets that alter his playstyle. He's got a lot going on and a lot of flexible playstyles. He's very strong. He has a guard riposte, which is another fucking great thing, which kinda is creeping on vanilla classes. I will admit, he does power creep. But holy fuck is he fun. He's one of my favorite fucking modded classes to play in recent years. S tier mate. Matriarch, matriarch. Ooh man, matriarch. Vintage's latest class, if I recall. The matriarch is very surprising in terms of how great she... Man, this is another case of frontline healers I was talking about earlier in the video, and blight supports. She's a fantastic blight support, and she can basically, she heals your team and she blights them, but I think it's done in a very masterful job. Vintage does amazing work with their classes. Like, they're a nerd from hell where they just compare everything and look at the numbers and run the math, this, that, and the other, and they have a very, very careful way of balancing things. But she's very powerful, but she's very held in line. I think she's very safe at A tier. There's some other people that are going S tier, A tier, and all that, and I'm bouncing back and forth with S and A myself. If I could put her in between, I would. But I think she is an A tier to me. Mostly, she's very durable. She has very fun AoE effects. She has that powerful stun. She has the bite. You can also slot her in position 4 and use her there. So again, she's very flexible. She can be slotted in quite a few teams and be pretty damn decent. And she has a pretty effective stress heal too. So yeah, she's pretty damn good. I don't think there's anything that's like making me go, wow, what a fucking class for S, but yeah, A tier. Oh, Watcher. He does restoration area of effect right, and that it is a detrimental effect that you must plan around. But at the same time, he is, I think they need to be, I think they need a little bit more time to cook, just a bit more. A lot of my watchers, they fucking die. I'm just gonna be honest. They just fucking die. Like, oh, I'm dead. And on paper, they're very good. They have like an occultist vibe going about them. And their heals are really good, but there's something about them. They just fucking die. I don't know. I'm just basing this off my own playstyle. I'm going to throw them in B tier. I'm going to go with the community vote in this one. Dredge. How the what? Why are people ranking her A? This is Dredge we're talking about, right? Not Salamander? What? Yeah, there's Salamander right there. What the? Okay. Alright, I have a question to you guys out there in the comments. You can tell me, either you can ping me in one of the Discords, throw me a DM, send me a hate message. Why is Dredge A? I'm legitimately curious. I'm not curious because of I'm not curious of why it's A, of how many why it's A. Okay, Dredge is fundamentally broken. And I don't mean, oh, she's overpowered. No, she has a mechanic that doesn't really work for base Darkest Dungeon. Once you transform, that's it. That's your one transform. She can punch things, and that's it. She doesn't really do anything interesting there. And when you transform back to human, well, you're kind of stuck in human form. She has a little pew damage versus mark, but I would rather run someone else for that. If I wanted to run a tank with the transforming, I'll just run Abomination. She's held back by her design flaws. There are mods that make her better with the fire attack version where she is Abomination style hero, and I really like her in that aspect, but I'm just curious, why? Is it because people just like the big fuck off mech tromping through the fucking dungeons going fee fi fo fum, I'm just going to blow everything up because I'm in a Titanfall mech? I know I said fee fi fo fum even though it's not, whatever, it's my fucking video, my humor. You're here to enjoy it, so listen to me fucking ramble on and go, why the fuck is she 9 people voted for A? I don't understand. Do people just really like the art and aesthetic that much? I mean, I understand, but holy fuck. I'm just surprised at how many of them. And then the other votes are kind of reflecting how I think of her. I don't think she's B. I think she's a solid C tier. When she is working as she is intended, she's good, but not great. Duchess. Ooh boy. Duchess. Alright, this is gonna be a harder one because I know I said I'm basing this off the base class. There's four different fucking Duchesses. I'm going to base this off of Duchess Reformed. Okay? Duchess, not the original Duchess, not human Duchess, not this Duchess, not Duchess with no tits, not Duchess with big tits, not Duchess fucking third cousin twice removed. Who knows? There's going to be a 5th Duchess coming out in the future. There's going to be a 6th. She's a very popular class. Duchess, I don't really have that strong of an attachment to her. She's not really a favorite of mine. Human Duchess I've used quite a lot. I've always wanted to kind of bounce back and forth between human and demon, or bug mode, or whatever the fuck you call it. I do not like the normal Duchess. Normal Duchess is D tier. I know that's sacrilegious to say, but she is. Human Duchess is a C tier to me, because she's good, but you get rid of that badass, I'm turning into a fucking nightmare of your dreams, leechmonger, fucking grotesque motherfucker, and I'm going to eat you alive now kind of vibe. And Human Duchess kind of misses that, but Duchess Reformed is the best of both worlds, because you get the realization of the human mode, slicing things up with her big fuck off sword, and you get the beast mode, just abominable paragon of the Crimson Curse, ripping things asunder, and the badass art by Pavel, and her presentation is really top notch. She's a fantastic modded representation of the Crimson Court, and I think she is practically unofficial DLC at this point. She is like the best representation of the Crimson Court to this day. There's a reason why she is so popular, because aesthetically, and plus, she's got a big fucking rack, and people kind of like that thing in classes, you know? I can't deny. But that aside, setting aside the horny thoughts and all that crap, she is really fun to play with the Reformed mod, because she's very flexible. The old Duchess was not very flexible. The Human Duchess was flexible, but kind of broken in a boring way. And I think this Duchess, the Reformed Duchess, gets a solid A from me. Duelist! This hurts. I'm not going to go too much into the detail of Duelist. Dragon's Duelist is very fun, very good, but the gameplay mechanics and the dodge, there's a lot of classes that do her gimmick better, to where she kind of fell off by the wayside. And I'm basing it off her base kit. I'm using a mod that kind of, tweaks her to be a little bit better and kind of work a little bit more intended, but yeah, B tier is pretty safe to say. She's not terrible. She can push out some fucking damage. She can do her job very well, but that's all she can really do, She's not like wow factor, basically. Namari. Yeah, I kind of agree with that sentiment of B and C. I'm kind of leaning more towards C, because one sec. So, Namari is not the worst thing in the world, but also not the first class I kind of pick to throw into a modded party. Now, one of her main things is I think she's very good in a shuffle team. In fact, I think that's where she's strongest, because she has the lunge bot routine. But she kind of has the problem to where she functions, and at the same time she has the blackguard problem, to where it's kind of like, where do I fit kind of vibe. Like, when you play her and you put her in a team, she's going to blow shit up. I'm thinking B tier simply because she's pretty much average. She's not terrible. She's very powerful. She has a good guard. She's a lot of self-sustain. But nothing really she's doing is kind of like pushing the envelope. And she's not really standing out like the rest of the crowd up in A and S. She's kind of like a good midline focus. Sometimes good up front, sometimes good in the back. Shows she's got the flexibility, but she's not punching above her weight class. If that makes sense. So, B tier. Arbiter! This dude. Now, I'm going to be speaking contradiction here. He's my least favorite of the birds. But he is an S tier. Why do I say he's my least favorite, but still give him an S? Reason being is he's very effective. He can guard in the back, guard up front. He can debuff things. He can do the fucking big funny number in front, back. He can do aim for the heart and delete stuff with, you know, his 4-3, all that, this, that, and the other. He has the fucking lightning hands ability. He is really good at being a bodyguard and for your team. He's really good at protecting your team. He's really good at focusing down on certain targets. He can do a little bit of melee. He can do a little bit of this, that, and the other. He's very flexible, and flexible in a good way. He's kind of like if Man-at-Arms was a little bit more mobile, essentially, with more reach, without having the damage to kind of outpower creep the vanilla cast. In fact, I think Arbiter would fit very well in the 18 roster count of Darkest Dungeon without stepping on anyone's toes. The design of him, statistically speaking, is very strong. He is very, 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 very good without really be doing too much. Now, the thing that kind of puts him a little bit back, but not out of S tier, is he does have damage for reflection with prot, which is a problem because you don't want protection increased when you have damage reflection, because the more protection you have, the less damage you're going to deal back to the enemy from the damage you receive with damage reflection. But the reason why I don't really, he's my least favorite of the birds, is he's kind of a little bit boring to play. He's kind of, same thing with Man-at-Arms. Man-at-Arms is my least favorite vanilla class, but that does not mean he's a fucking shit class. He's a very good class. In fact, one of the best in the game. But he's just, you know, he's not, doesn't have the one playstyle. I just find him boring. But he's really good. So, the Screeching Eagle himself gets an A. Enigma, D. Sorry. Now, Entrenched. Entrenched is an interesting case of why do I have 2 marking skills? Entrenched is a very good, well-rounded individual who can operate up front, who can operate in the back. He can smack things with a shovel, has trinkets for a bleed. There's some good things going on here with the Entrenched skill kit. However, I think the Entrenched is doing too much. And doing too much in kind of a negative way that kind of pulls back my ranking on them in a way. And food for thought, the Entrenched is a he, not a she. The artist actually kind of confirmed this a while back, so that was pretty interesting to learn. Entrenched, I don't dislike having them in my party, but at the same time, their flexibility is a bit too much, I would say. They're doing, like, pick one. Are you support? Are you damage dealer? Or are you a marker? I don't understand. I think having 2 marks is a bit weird. You know what I mean? I don't think B is fair, though, for the Entrenched, because the Entrenched can pull their weight, and I just saw a fucking person voting them A. Exactly what I'm thinking of. Because the Entrenched is kind of like the Bowman in this aspect of where, you know, well, not the Bowman, but more like, I don't know, Examine It? Whatever, like, Examine It is very flexible and does a lot of shit, and probably I shouldn't rate him that high, but I think Entrenched is good. Not the most enjoyable for me to play. I kind of find Entrenched a little bit boring in a way, but they are very effective. They are very good. They have very good trinkets. They got a lot of things going on. I think A is more than fair. Very, very solid class overall. Eternal! I'm surprised a lot of people put him at C. Curious. Very curious. I wonder how much of that is based off of bias or actual kit design. This is very interesting. Because Eternal is very, very overpowered in a way. Because of, a lot of times I use Eternal it turns into one button syndrome with me, kind of like how Vestal is with Divine Comfort, to where, you know what, now that I think about it out loud, C tier is actually pretty apt. The strongest aspect that Eternal has going for her is the quad AoE blights and the healing power. But beyond that, there's not really much going on in the kit design that kind of makes me compelled to use her too much. In fact, I kind of go out of my way not to use her. This is the first time I'm kind of like looking at the community votes and go like, yeah, I think I see why. Yeah, I think C. Sorry, girl, but yeah. Maxwell. Now that I'm surprised. A resounding B. He's like a religious occultist. But I suppose he doesn't have. No, he is like a religious cultist because he has a really strong. He has a really strong stun. But it's on a cooldown. His book bonking abilities are really good. His backline kit, I think, is stronger than his frontline kit, even though book bonking is really funny. I don't really have anything negative to say about Maxwell. He can heal pretty decent. He can stress heal you really well and clear corpses. He has great mark potential. He's really good at just... I don't dislike having him in my team. Even in a non-marking team, he's pretty decent. Yeah, I'm gonna give him A tier. Yeah. No. B? I don't know. This is really hard. How many more heroes? Oh god, I got a lot of heroes to go through. I got a lot of heroes to go through. I am afraid my music is going to also run out before the timer is up. Oh shit. Okay. Maxwell, or Exorcist, I keep calling them by interchange between their canon name and their class name. I like the Exorcist. They're almost always a pick in my rosters for Darkest Dungeon, and I feel like they have a very strong role without stepping on the vanilla roster. But in this case, I'm going to lean toward A. I'm going to lean where my heart and soul and gut lie, because he's strong enough to where he stands out, but he's not overly strong to where I'm like, this is overpowered. He is a very comfortable A tier for me in terms of class design. Exterminator. This motherfucker's overpowered as shit. This is another Turk class, another midline fetishist extraordinaire. Looking at you, Commandant Bombard, and every other Turk class. Why are all Turk classes so midline biased? I don't get it. Anyways, Exterminator is not the worst thing to exist at all. And I think the community vote, or community rankings right there, are pretty much echoing a lot of my thoughts here. In that he's both simultaneously really strong and kind of a bit boring in practice. What do I mean by that? By boring in practice, you kind of just sit in one spot and go, alright, I'm going to spew... Just smoke them out. Just spew the AoE. Press one button. Another way you can kind of make him stand out is you can give him his trinket to where he can heal with sanitize and all that stuff. He can divide up his he can change up his playstyle pretty decently, because his on crit effect is a stun. It's a low chance stun, but he can stun. So his cheese factor is pretty damn high if you know how to exploit it and make use of him. So Exterminator's skill ceiling is very, very, very high in how much he can do. Deceptively so, I would say. At first glance, he's just a blight support. At a second glance, he's a blight support and he has a couple of unique tricks up his sleeve. A pretty few good tricks, I would say, up his sleeve. He does have a stun with the, versus blighted and all that stuff. He gets only better with more blight buddies in the team. So he only gets stronger. It's hard to misplay an exterminator unless you're taking them to the fucking warrens or wield with no other blight support or any resistance, without any status increasing trinkets and all that. Basically, if you don't play to his strengths, he's kind of going to, be a bit ass. But even then, he can still put in some work. But where to rank him is actually pretty hard. Because on one hand, area of effect blights are really powerful. And on the other hand, I think B. B is pretty safe. Mostly because I'm not sure where else to rank him beyond that. He's not S tier. He's not like, Commandant, where Commandant's just like got the presentation of I'm just gonna blow shit up and go wah. Whereas and I get Arbiter doesn't have the wow factor, but I think Arbiter's like balance is like super fucking top notch. You know what? I'm gonna go with B. Falconer. Huh. This one's hard. It's Marvin's Sail class that I've been back and forth with over the months. One, Arbiter is not bad and Arbiter is not amazing. Arbiter has potential to be really fucking strong, and Falconer has really good potential to be really good and really bad potential to just be absolute dog water. And this is a very interesting back and forth I find myself looking at, because Falconer is just interesting in that aspect. I don't know. I think this is the first class I'm not entirely sure on. She's one of those classes I wish I had a 5th skill for. She is fixed, in my opinion, by Cerebral's rework to where adapt becomes its own thing, to where it's become her move skill. I think my involvement in a lot of the modern modding community, it's kind of skewed my perception of the Falconer quite a bit, to where I don't think she's aged bad, but I think she could do well with the implementation of newer tools that folk have had a chance to play around with. And that's what makes me think she is a pretty decent candidate for, honestly, the community votes are thinking what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the solid B. Anything lower than that would be a disservice to the Falconer, because Falconer, when you play a dancer Falconer, you feel the effects of that. In fact, Falconer is pretty damn flexible. No, I'm going to give her A. Yeah, she's very damn flexible. She has her issues, but they're not something that really puts a damper on her. D tier. Sorry, Fawn, you suck. Alright, Practitioner. No, this one's really interesting. Practitioner is both good and bad at the same time. What do I mean by that? Falconer is actually, when you get the items to enhance his effects, his abilities go like woo, skyrocket, right? So when you get the different artifacts, he only gets better, basically. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Uno momento, por favor. Yeah. Actually, no, I'm not gonna edit that out. I was just checking the length of my video, how much I got left for this. But anyways, practitioner. Practitioner. He's a good looter. He's a good money maker. He can do it pretty decently well. I'm actually surprised a lot of people ranked him at A. I was expecting a resounding B from folk, but it seems the community votes are kind of echoing what I'm thinking rather well. And I feel the same way. I think he's like low A, high B. Like I don't think I fully agree with A because he doesn't have that much of a wow factor that makes him really shine. But his money making is really good. And the fact, okay, I think I'll lean toward A mostly because his money making makes him stronger. And whereas Antiquarian, you're kind of looting and you're getting money. Yeah, sure, Antiquarian is still good because of dodge cheese and this and that. Antiquarian's far from the worst character in the roster. But Antiquarian's not getting buffed from her artifacts. The Practitioner gets buffed when he has the different artifacts in his inventory, and they sell for pretty well. You know what? I think I will give him A because of out of combat utility and yeah, he's good. Forlorn. He's a pretty popular Castlevania-esque bleeder. Does a little bit of everything. He can shuffle pretty well. I don't really have a lot to say about him negatively, or kind of... the community votes are kind of echoing my thoughts here. I'm going to turn down this music a bit, though, so it doesn't drown out what I'm saying. Once again, the community votes are pretty much on par to what I am thinking. I'm thinking A, but I don't feel strongly enough for him to be S. And I think doing B would be doing him a disservice. So, buddy, you get a resounding A. Forsaken. I used to rank Forsaken really low. But now, after some tweaks he's had with the Forsaken Returns and all that, I think he sits pretty well. In fact, his trinkets are the fucking bomb. You know what? Watcha! S rank! Forsaken goes right at the top. You are skipped. I never played you. Gourmet! You know, when I first started doing YouTube content, Gourmet is a special case to me. He's what I started doing content on. At first, it was just a norm. When I came back to modding scene about almost 2 years ago now, I did a Twitch stream, and I was kind of doing some feedback for Blink Speed with the Gourmet. Gourmet was kind of my introduction back into Darkest Dungeon modding after like a 1.5 year break. I gave feedback on this class and all that stuff, and I really liked it at the time. But now, the age has kind of crept up with him. My understanding of the game and knowledge and experience on all that stuff. Excuse me. Belching for the fucking Gourmet, the big man pig he is kind of fitting. But I feel coming back, revisiting my initial thoughts. I think I rate him a little bit lower than I did initially because, like I said, he was kind of my reintroduction back into the scene, in a sense. And for that purpose, he will not be lower than a B. I don't think he's C. I don't think he's that. He's got some fucking potential to delete shit. Let's be real here. But the reason why I don't think he'll be higher than a B is he has a couple skills that kind of are not really worth pressing. Devour is a meme. Have a Taste is a bit of a meme. He has too many memes going on, and his unique provisions have too much of a downside, and they're more memes than they are a serious effect. And I think that's what really brings him back more than anything, is the meme factor of some of his stuff. It was funny at the time when I wasn't is more knowledgeable of things at the time, this, that, and the other, and I was still kind of green at doing things again. But looking back on it now, yeah, I think B is pretty fair. He can do some work with tenderize and stomping things out with his hammer, shit like that, and he's very visually pleasing. And I'll have to give Blink Speed this. The dude was a triple threat. He did sounds, animations, and art, and the coding. He was a quad threat. He did everything solo. One fucking person did this mod. One. He was another Marvin Sayo moment. One person did this mod as a portfolio for another fucking gig. That is impressive. You know what? For that factor alone, you get an A, buddy. For that factor alone, yeah, you get an A. So what if it skews the fucking results? Good, let it. I'll be the chaos and the cog. Woohoo! Alright. Graveborn, D. Sorry, buddy, you kind of suck. Cursed. Really, B? All them people going B? Huh. I don't know about that. Yeah, no. No. I don't agree with that. I think he's a solid A. He's a great dancer. He's great at fucking, he's got a lot of area of effect damage. And he's pretty damn effective at what he can do. He can dance. You can keep him up front, keep him in the back. He's pretty flexible. Nah, he gets an A. Gojin, D. Sorry, you suck. I just fucking disrespected that poor bitch. Sorry, just D. You suck. Oh, she's another healer, but she's just not great. She hasn't aged too well. Chilltruck, why? That's surprising. A lot of people put him at B. This dude's really fucking strong, actually. That's probably why some people put him back. Chilltruck can put out some numbers. He's great in mark teams. He has a lot of good bleed potential. He's very rank agnostic. His riposte is hilarious. It used to be really broken, but it's not so much anymore. But it's still pretty funny. I'm thinking B as well. Maybe A? Nah, yeah, B. B's good. Yeah, I agree. B. Harlot. I'm going to go with C. She has some issues that kind of prevent her from really pushing into the average tier. She has some issues, but she's far from the worst option available. So, it's not too bad, but C. Hedge Knight, S tier. I don't fucking care. He's a perfect example of a flexible damage dealer. Great lad. D tier. Arrowed, Skip. Hexer. Huh. I'm gonna go with C. I like debuffs, but I think Hexer is a bit lukewarm for me to play. I can't really say why. They're not D. They're far from D. They're if I was ranking like Reliquary Hexer, that would be an A tier without a fucking question. But normal Hexer, I disagree with B. No. I don't enjoy them enough to be B. I'm going to say C. Hierophant. Alrighty, I decided to take a small little break to give my voice a rest, my throat a chance to focus, and revisit this. Hierophant. I think this is Hierophant. You know what? C tier sounds pretty close to what I'm thinking. I don't know the dude enough to really give him an accurate feel. I think I had to skip him. I don't use the dude. Sorry. Hive. Once again, the sin of modding summons. The dude who gave him an S? That's pretty surprising. I think the community vote kind of echoes my thoughts on this. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Look, I place tested him before he came out long time ago when I was in Carnifex's server. I loved him at the time. This is time and age of modding before we knew how bad summons actually were, and for the sake of modding stability and balance, really, he's actually pretty overpowered as fuck. And maybe one day he'll get a revisit, because artistically speaking, aesthetically speaking, he's great, but he ain't no Duchess in terms of he ain't no Duchess representation of the Crimson Curse. I'm really struggling to find positive things to say about him. Not even gameplay I can think of anything positive. Sorry, buddy. You go right in the D tier. Hollow Knight. The Ghost. That's a pretty split vote, actually. I was expecting him a little bit higher, to be frank. The little dude does a lot of damage for what he is. A dodge tank with very little health, but he does a lot of damage. With a stun attached that resets his limited use skills. At his heart, he is a dancer, and at his core, he is a DPS. With some utility in the form of the dodge, and in the form of the trinkets he's got, and the stun. I don't think he would be a C tier, and I don't think he's a B tier. I think I'm going to put him at A, because I think this is a case of a damage dealer really standing out in terms of how well he does his role. He is both lungebot or a stationary target. Like I said, he's not doing too crazy of attacks, but he has enough utility and enough versatility in where he can go, because he has a marked killing attack, he has a stun, he has this, he has that, he can easily reposition himself. Yeah, I think A tier is pretty fair for him. More than fair, actually. Hollow. Wow, am I going to see all the Muscarine classes just go straight into D tier? Hollow is a very badly aged class in all things considered. At the time, this class wanted to, This class wanted to shift the skills it selects in between fights. So this is a class you really have to overly micromanage to get the most use out of. And I'm sorry to say, but that really detracts from my enjoyment of the class. The controversial topics of Muscarine art and classes and their involvement in things aside, Ah. Sorry, Hollow, but... Oh god, fuck you. Nope, skipping you. I refuse to even... No. Claimants. That's interesting. That's a pretty, well, big spike in D tier, but I don't think the claimants deserve D tier. The claimants are... Yes, I'm well aware I threw shade there, but yeah, I did. Fuck that one particular person in general. I don't give a shit. Anyways, claimants. No, no. I don't think they're D tier. And I don't think they're A tier. I think they're kind of between B and C. Claymates are very simple for what they are executing, but I think they could do it a little bit better. Especially with how modding has kind of evolved over the last couple of years. I think I'm going to say C tier, and that's being a bit generous, because I don't hate the Claymates. I actually do kind of like them, but they're lacking in terms of damage. So I'm going to say C tier. 2B. Holy shit, people are hot for an android. That's a lot of S tiers. That's a lot more S tiers than I expected. You know, I have to kind of agree though. Skill design and kit design and trinkets. She takes the bounty hunter and somehow transforms it into a new way to play, without stepping on the bounty hunter's toes. Iris, how did you do that? In all honesty, how did you manage to create a peak design like that? I don't think the 2B is the bottled lightning of Iris's designs, but the simplicity and the straightforward nature of just what she is in general really stands out to be a pretty damn good class. She can operate anywhere. She has a lot of flexibility for being as simple as she is. She's a mark killer, pure, plain, and simple, with a pretty decent pre-battle buff, you know, the black box and all that stuff, depending on how many things are marked or not marked. She has a good stun. She has bash for when you're not running slash. She has a free action pod attack. She has the pod beam. She's got some pretty good like, I'm looking at her like I look at Arbiter, right? Where Arbiter is pretty boring in its execution, but the execution is like right there on that razor's fucking edge. Like, delicious. You deserve the S tier. Android horniness aside, Miller. This is Iris and Peppers. I'm trying to remember who did this one, but the Miller is an interesting case, because I actually do like the Miller and how they play. Now, part of me wishes I'm not the biggest fan of adapting bosses to a class character. This is just me. So, but moving past that bias aside, the Miller is actually a very well developed character, to where they have a pretty good gameplay loop, I would say. Nothing's like really standing out to me for S tier, but I don't know. Miller is just one of those cases where I don't feel like people use the class enough to really like give it the time of day. Like Cold Snap, it's a midline Cold Snap, for example, is a good debuff for the midline of the enemy. Maker's Command, you clear the stun on the entire party, right? And Day Off, it's a nice little heal, and you stealth another person, which is pretty nice too. Like I said, Miller has a nice toolkit. And it's really, really, really good toolkit. I'm looking at A tier. Straight up. If not, no. No, this is an S tier class. Yeah, this is straight up S tier. Miller, alright, if you guys have not played the Miller because you kind of put off I don't want to use a boss class, go play the Miller. The Miller is actually really fucking well designed, really good, and I feel like the Miller does not get the respect it deserves. I'm giving it the respect it deserves. Iron Man. I think my reaction just there just kind of solidified how I feel about the class. Artistically speaking, it's Tony fucking Stark. But the darkest dungeon. I know that sounds rich coming from someone that uses furry and anime styled classes here and there. Whew. The class is very overpowered though. And not very interesting to play. And the community votes kind of have a resounding, yeah, this is what I agree with. But I haven't really played the class too much to give it a fair ranking, so I'm going to skip out of respect. Janissary. I think B is fair. He's not terrible in where he's trying to do things. He can work up front, work in the back. He's got some pretty good block potential and, well, not block potential, guard potential, and he starts healing. But his two identities kind of clash with each other. So it kind of holds him back from A tier. I'm very surprised at someone that put him at S tier. I wonder who. I can see A tier on some arguments. I can see B tier, but I do not see C tier. And I'm glad he is not in D, because I don't think he deserves D. He's not bad. He's actually pretty damn good. But I think the clash of does he want to be front, back, or does he want to be midline kind of interferes with him being put higher. So B is more than fair. Skip. I don't know the class enough. Ooh, this is interesting. Really? B tier. This guy is a bulky position 4 stunner with really good... See, this is where my thoughts from the community kind of differ. How much of this is based off of his kit and comparing it to his... how ugly the guy is. I mean, the guy is big, fat, ugly, fucking powdered wig. He's based off of Judge Holden, who is who is a very evil character in fiction, right? Blood Meridian, I think that's a book. Judge Holden is a deplorable demon of a person. But holy fuck. The one person that put in S rank, I can see why. This guy is really strong at stress healing. He's very good at debuffing. He's very good at... He holds a very prestigious role in that he's a position 4 character. And that's kind of far and few in between with modded classes these days. I feel like there's not many rank 4 boils that you just want to throw in that spot and just have them in that spot. But he's a good stress healer too. I'm going to put him at A. I don't think B is doing this guy justice in any way, shape, or form, but A tier yeah, is doing him quite the justice. Oh, quite the justice? That's how you English, yeah, right. A tier. How many more do we got? Oh, goodness gracious, God almighty, we have a lot to go. Okay. Interesting split in the rankings. Holy shit. Now, Judicator. Do I base her off of the old Judicator or the new Judicator? Because the new Judicator got rolled into the new one, or the old one. The old one never doesn't exist anymore. They've been Thanos snapped from existence. They do not exist in any shape or form ever again. So I think we're going to bend the rule of going off the base form and go off the new, because that is the new base. Judicator is a fucking S tier. Before they were goddamn bottom of the barrel, one of the worst classes I ever fucking played. I wanted to freaking punch myself in the groin several times over for even consider taking her out. But Cerebral has done the Lord's work and brought this class back from the brink of hell itself and shot her up to the top where she fucking belongs. Judicator is a fucking demon in a battle. She has so much utility, she has so much usability. She can be used in position 4, 3, 4, 1. She's fucking amazing. Now, she is a slight departure from her role in Black Reliquary, to where she's kind of leaned toward the front. Her best position in this game, or in base Darkest Dungeon, is she's best in like 2 and 3. She is a double stun extender. What that means is if she stuns an already stunned target, she extends that stun from 1 round to 2 rounds, which is pretty interesting. She also has a pretty good blight. She has really good marked killing potential. Holy fuck, she can do a lot of damage. Oh, she's an S tier without even a fucking doubt. She really does pull herself well above that A tier. I don't know this class, so I'm going to skip. Powder Keg. Now, this is a very split vote as well. 3S, 7A, 6B, 6C. And that's kind of echoing my own thoughts as well. Because on one hand, this dude can put out a lot of damage with his riposte. He can fucking infinitely just keep going, I'm just going to riposte everything and keep healing and this and that. He's also got, you have to remember, he's a Bloodborne class. That visceral attack is something I'm going to keep in consideration, because visceral attacks are extremely powerful. However, I do not believe he is S rank potential. He does not have the toolkit versatility to really stand out too much, and he kind of wants to push too much into position 1 and 2. At position 3 and 4, he kind of falters a little bit because he can't use his versus bleeding attacks to kind of poke things to death. And he has a little bit of, he kind of, if he's not up front in position 1 or 2, his usefulness kind of plummets a little bit. But he still has that visceral attack that can move forward one and just delete something. So I think A tier is still a very strong spot for him. And that's exactly where I'm going to place him. Skip. Kobold. Gem Hunter. Now, in my initial ranking of this class, she was an S tier. Straight up, she was an S tier. She'd been nerfed a little bit. Not too bad, but she had been nerfed. Justifiably so. I abused the fuck out of pack tactics, I'm not gonna lie. On video. It was really fun, really fun. I still like this little shit. I still like this little goober. Gem Hunter is a antiquarian style class with a very funny skill in the form of minecart. Quad AoE stumble stun. Need I say more? That is a bit strong, and probably the reason I kind of pulled her back from the S tier. She's a little bit too good for what she is offering, but ignoring that, she still has a very good support kit. She has a mark, she has a D-Stealth, she has a couple of... She kind of flows with a team without stepping on anyone's toes. She's a much more combat-focused antiquarian. She's got a few good debuffs, and she's a mark supporter, which is pretty welcome when you don't want to throw in an antiquarian, but you still want to have a mark support for like bounty hunter and shit like that. So because she is a mark supporter, that kind of gives her a lot of points in my opinion, and pack tactics is a very powerful support skill as well. And her support capabilities is very good. And for that reason alone, she's get A tier. Izu! I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the cat. I'm basing this off the base class. I don't like this cat. I don't like... do I have to explain why? Sometimes you just don't vibe with a class's kit, and I don't vibe with her kit. Kraken Slayer. With how many people play up the Kraken Slayer, I was expecting Kraken Slayer to be a bit higher, universally speaking, with with the community. Because as I'm recording this, there's people talking about this in the Darkest Dungeon Discord right now, as we speak at this very moment. That's why there's 41 fucking goddamn participants and 4,000 votes. I mean, there's like over 100 fucking classes, so that's why there's a lot of participants here. And I'm very surprised that she's a resounding B. And to be honest, looking back on her kit, remember what I said about Bombard and Commandant being the most popular ones, and then Exterminator kind of closely follows behind? But the Gunwitch is also really popular. So Gunwitch, Commandant, Bombard, I know I pointed at whatever. But yeah, but Kraken Slayer, it's kind of like one of those hit and miss classes. If you use her right, she's fucking fantastic, but you use her bad, she's kind of ass. And I think she's one of those characters you kind of have to plan around in order for her to like reach her best potential. And I think B tier kind of represents that fact to me. Yeah, B tier, I agree. Kratos! Really? C tier? If anything, he's B. He's not terrible. In fact, he's really strong. That's surprising. You know what? I'm going to skip on him. Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what? Fucking B? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Fucking Lamia has a B. This tier list has surprised me a little bit. B tier? Really? Another fucking person with B? She's just a boring healer. Do these people not use her in beast mode? Do these people not use Slither Gaming? Oh, you poor sweet summer child. Lamia is really good. In fact, Lamia is actually kind of broken. She's not S tier, but she's not B tier. I think I've just revealed what I'm putting her. I'm putting her in A. The reason why I say Lamia is like A tier You don't park her in the back to heal. You transform that bitch and you start slither gaming, triple stunning, blighting everything, and just deleting the entire enemy. I guess people don't like stress. It seems I'm very interested to see where the resonant lies. As soon as I get to the resonant, I'm going to be... You know what? Thinking back to the Choir Hunter. Huh. She's also stress focused. People just don't like stress classes, do they? They see a number go up and they panic and shit themselves. I'm going to give Lamia an A tier. She's boring, but she's very strong. I would put her S if she was a little bit more balanced and her human mode was a little bit more interesting. Her human mode is a bit... My buddy Meowsity loves the human mode. I don't. That's an interesting contrast between us. But I think A tier is very fair. More than fair. Milk. Milk. Land dweller. Now that's a bit of a confusing split with the votes here with her. I want to know why people think she's S tier. I mean, she's really well-rounded and pretty good. I can see the argument for A and B, but I don't see the argument for S. She has some really good mobility. She has some really good blight potential. Sure, blights are actually really good. I think she does the blight, AoE blight thing a lot better than Exterminator does. And I think she has some pretty good survivability in the form of lettuce as well. So she performs pretty damn decently in combat in all things considered. She's actually pretty shuffle friendly. She's got a lot of flexibility in how she can be used. I'm not surprised, actually, now thinking about it, to see kind of a split like this in the upper categories of A and S, with most people going like B, like, yeah, she's good, but she's like, you know, kind of middle of the pack, not doing anything too special. But this is a difficult one for me. I don't want to go with B just to fucking agree with the community, but at the same time, I kind of do agree with the community. She's like, you know, she's good, but not like super special. Know what I mean? And I've already put a lot of characters up in A tier, like Cursed, and Gourmet is there for a meme. Thinking back, I probably would put Cursed at... No, Cursed is A, Hollow Knight's A... yeah, B tier. I agree, she's not doing anything too special. Lawbringer. It hurts me to do this. I'm kind of surprised that the community is like, we're some in B, some in A, some in C. He's not D tier, but he's like the Centurion Syndrome, but worse. In fact, no, it is worse than the Centurion Syndrome. I think he's a C tier for me. I really like the dude, but I can't really in good faith go, he's... I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on him. I kind of don't want to give a rating, because on one hand, when I first started my modded series, I was like, he's high A tier, and now I'm like, he's kind of C tier, but he's also B tier. For a front rank character, he's got a lot of reach. I'm gonna put him in B. I don't think he deserves the tier of Alchemist, but I don't think he deserves the tier of, like, Gunwitch. Right there with Centurion sounds fair. Privateer! Not D tier. I think C. I don't want to go too much into the details, but I'm kind of... If I had webcam, my face is kind of scrunched up like a fucking badly used dish rag. And I'm like, Moving on. This dude is an A tier for fucking sure. The reason being is he is an absolute tank. Absolute tank. Very. And I like that he can somewhat change up how he can be, you know, he can somewhat change up how he can be in position 2 and 3. I like use him as not an AoE guard. I like to use him for his riposte and delete stuff with marks. And I appreciate him having what's it called? The arrow attack, Venevisi? Something like that. And his Color of Madness trinket really opens up his versatility. I'm going to say A for the good old Nemo. Librarian. Really? B? Really? Really? With how overpowered her healing capabilities and her mark is, you motherfuckers put her at B? Are you fucking shitting me, mate? Are you fucking kidding me? I swear to God, if Marauder is sitting at S and fucking Librarian is at B, I'm going to have a conniption. She's not S to me, but she's a fucking solid A tier, if anything. Or people that actually care about balance are putting her at B. I wonder why. Holy shit. That is very surprising. Wow. Okay. I'm glad no one put her at D. If someone put her at D, I'll be like, okay, where the fuck you at? I'm going to make you eat an onion. I'm very surprised some people put her at C. Ooh. Those are the two of you that put her at C. I want you to freaking go deep fry beetroot, eat it. Thank you very much. Alright, I'm going to put her at A tier. Reason being is she is the leveling queen. On top of that, ignoring the leveling, because I think she kind of has this weird identity as, I'm the useless person that you throw in to help people level, but she has a mark that increases how much damage is dealt to a character. One of the best debuffs in the game, added to a mark. That's fucking crazy, mate. That's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. That's the craziest fucking mark ever. But honestly, her restoration is really good. Her stressing is pretty good. She has a really powerful force guard with Aegis. Dude, her kit is amazing. She goes in A tier. D tier. I don't like him. I don't know why I'm laughing, but I kind of expect that. Manad, she's very complicated, and there's few people that do like how complicated she can be. I'm very torn. I want to at least give her C. Because she has some very interesting capabilities. But I think her bleed attack, or the one that starts with an S, I don't speak Greek, but one where she takes her hand and goes, pokes it into people, is kind of restricting in that, you know, it only can be used in ranks 1 and 2. I think that kind of pulls her back a little bit. I don't really like her, but D tier. What am I kidding? Marissa, the magician. How many more I got to go? Oh goodness gracious, my fucking eye. We got a lot to go here. To be honest, I have not used her enough to really confidently give her a ranking. I'm going to skip. Again, maid. I have not used enough. Skip. Mambo. Yeah, C B tier. She's probably the best of the Ebony Betty classes in terms of she's not bad. She's not. Well, she's really interesting in that she's actually kind of really strong. She's not the worst thing to come around, and she's not the best thing to come around. I think B is a very fair rank to put her. She's not S tier. She's not A tier, and she's not C tier. She's not C tier because she can do some numbers with Baron Semity's tobacco. She is a party guard as well. She has a very strong stress heal. She has a pretty decent reach with Baron Criminal's whip and all that stuff. So yeah, she's a pretty good midline average hero, I would say. I think B tier is more than fair. Skip. I never used you. Maester, really? A resounding A. That's kind of what I was thinking about him. The Maester is... I often look at Maester as a... This is another Irish class, I just realized. The Maester is interesting in that I actually look at him for examples of what mod classes should be doing. If that's weird or not, I don't know, but that's just how I look at it. Because you can use him in the back, you can use him up front, you can use him in midline, he's got the flexibility, he's got this, he's got that. He's got a lot of things going on that are great for him. He has a stun, and the stun is also doubles as a stun killer. He has mark killing, he has area of effect marks. You know what? We have another candidate for S. In that, I think his area of effect marking is just enough of a drawback to not be completely broken. His heals are like close to a cultist gamble, but not quite. He can, like I said, he has off healing, he has smart killing, he has so much versatility built into his kit. I love using him in position 1 or 2. And actually, I kind of use his smoke bomb quite a bit, actually. So, he has so many playstyles built into just his skill kit alone, not counting anything in his trinkets. Maester, I speak very highly of and often use him as kind of a reference point for a lot of thinking I do on how modded classes should be. S tier. I'm going to skip. I haven't used you. Milkmaid is a D tier. I don't like 3 buttons being used for healing. That is why I'm throwing her right down. People love their healers. But I don't find that very compelling to play. Phantasma. I like Phantasma conceptually, but the execution does not work in Darkest Dungeon as it currently exists. The Phantasma is using a mechanic called Blazing Prot. The Blazing Prot is a back-end system to where it's adding artificial inflation to certain stats to empower her abilities in some way, shape, or form. The more Blazing Prot she has, the stronger these attacks are. She has 2 actions. One, she has a very good stress heal. She has a very good potential to use Bell Ringer to go from position 4 to 1 to blow things up with a stun and send it to the back. She also has the golf club swing, I like to call it, where she operates from position 1 and deletes stun. The more like I said, the more blazing prot she has, the stronger that attack is. And the blazing prot is basically is temporary protection being added on to her, and she has a guard on top of that. She's very dance friendly. She's very rank agnostic. She's very flexible. Her trinkets are pretty good, but she's also, like I said, the concept is very hard to grasp and try to justify using. So this is a very difficult to place. Very, very difficult class to place. I see why people think she's D. I see why people think she's S. I see why a lot of people see she's B. She's just one of those classes that kind of sits in limbo in that way. And I'm trying to think. Honestly, I think... I think she is an A tier. The reason why I think that is, even though if her concept worked, once we get modding tools and Iris is able to properly key abilities off of using protection to enhance their effects with tags and all that stuff, I do believe the Phantasma will be an absolute fucking S tier without a fucking question. But due to the amount of workaround and the technical limitations of the game engine, that is what holds back the Phantasma. The Phantasma is very effective in terms of how much damage she can do and how versatile she can be with the stress healing and guarding. She's like a much more offensive, dance-oriented man-at-arms, basically. I'm going to give her A tier, and I think I believe strongly that she's kind of a bit underrated. Not a lot of people talk about her much. Mostly because I feel like there's a misunderstanding of just how she works in general. But after I playtested her and all that stuff when she was still coming out, and I have a pretty good understanding of her, I would feel. I think she's pretty good. Monitor. Really? A lot of people okay, that's interesting. Monitor is, on paper, very boring, but in execution, he's very strong. He's very good. Again, he's a damage dealt, damage received debuff mark. If I recall, let me check to make sure so I'm not talking out my ass and blowing smoke up yours. But the monitor, yeah, he does. So, 15% damage received at level 5. In rec mode, that's 100% debuff increase, so that's 30% when he's in rec mode. He has a mode system to where B tier just doesn't seem right, but neither does A or S, and I wish I could just put him unranked. Monitor is weird in that I don't think he's C. He's too strong for C, but he's too strong for B. But he's too strong for me to even consider for S. So, by process of elimination, he goes into D. I'm kidding, he goes into A. I think he's a little bit clunky once you kind of don't really understand him. He has a bit of a quirk system. He's literally has a quirk system with the Ostfinger soldier system, where you make other people really good, get recognition slips, blah, 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 and you can get items that turn on his rec mode and really blow shit up with the UFO beam he's got. And his heals are really good, his support capability is good, even his little pistol that he's got could be pretty damn decent. He can really punch above his weight class, actually. So I think A tier is pretty damn fair. Monk, D tier. A explaining, sorry, he's both overpowered and underpowered and dated and badass class design, but no. Laios, no, this is hard. Modded content really fucks him over with vegetation. He is fucked over so goddamn hard with vegetation. Ignoring vegetation, he is fucked over hard by his gimmick. I don't believe damage versus type is the way to go about it for Laios. In fact, Laios is not even a resounding B, he's a resounding C tier. Damage versus type is not a good mechanic to use. In vanilla content, I would say Laios is B. But when you start adding more mods, that's when things start to get fucking crazy. That's when things start to get fucking like against rats, he's fucking useless with the Vermintide. Against yokai, he's fucking useless. Against vegetation, he's fucking useless. I'm throwing him in C tier. If I throw him in D, that wouldn't be too fair for him. He's kind of a generalist and stuff like that. He's got good skills. He has a good skill kit. But it's the skill kit's damage bonus, how it's trying to achieve the damage bonus, that really sets him behind. Even in vanilla content, I would say. And I don't think it would be fair to rank him any higher than C. Even, like I said, the Mushroom Man over here, all these other dudes that are in B, they don't have this type of limitation holding them back. Even Watcher, who has a miraculous habit of dying on me all the fucking time, does not have this limitation. Laios is my least favorite Dungeon Meshi class. Even breaking... I like Izu more than Laios, and Izu I don't like design-wise with her kit. Laios I just don't like because he's weak in practice. On paper it sounds really good. Oh, you do a lot of, you know, shit against this creature type, but when you start like in Wheels and Warren vanilla, he's pretty good. Outside of that, he kind of starts to falter. And nah, I'm sorry, but I don't really believe he's that strong. Mercio, a lot of people are putting her at A, which is pretty surprising. I think she can do some pretty decent damage with her ranged attacks, and you can just park her in position 3 or 4, and she can do pretty damn decent. All things considered, she's kind of a damage dealer with some off-healing thrown in. Her other skills are a bit weird, with Flash Out, or with her blinding attack that stuns everything. I get trolled by that more often than not. You have to really build around that to kind of resist the stun on yourself. Her area of effect explosion is really good. Her mark killing is really good. Her off healing can be pretty good. Her trinkets can turn her into the sole party healer as well. But her flexibility is a bit limited. I see why a lot of people put her at A, because her area of effect attack is very strong. But I don't think she's flexible enough to kind of meet that criteria of A rank. So I'm going to put her at B. Navigator. Oh, buddy, old pal. Do I have 7 people put her at S. 12 people put her at A. Not a single D tier. Only one C tier. A confusing class conceptually speaking with the selfish mark, but this goes to show that the execution of this really weird... This class shouldn't be this good type of mentality. Or this class shouldn't be this good. Because on paper, Navigator is like, what am I looking at? Why would I even use this class? What is going on here? The modder that made the Navigator kind of bottled lightning here. This class should not be this good. But in practice, they perform a lot better than you expect them to. In fact, they're a phenomenal class. They punch so well above their weight class. I cannot think of a situation where I would not throw the Navigator into one of my teams, either back rank, front rank, mid rank, whatever. They're very flexible. They're very consistent. They're not random in any way. The only thing random about them is their marking ability. In their marking ability, they throw an orb onto a random enemy, and it kind of shuffles the enemy. It's a free action. You can use it again to throw a damage debuff, or you can throw it again to kind of hurt them. And the trinkets that Navigator also has, I even go into the trinkets. The trinkets are fucking top tier. We have another candidate for the S class. Boom. I don't even have to go into the specifics of the Navigator. The Navigator has so much going for the Navigator. Going for her in general. Artistically speaking, she fucking stands out like amazingly well, and she's good. Alright, I'll wing. I do not agree with D. But I do say either C or B. The reason why I don't agree with D is the Wing, one, artistically speaking, he is using the bounty hunter skeleton, but he uses it in such a way to where it kind of makes sense to where, you know, he's a fistfire, he's a, you know, Batman fucking protege looking motherfucker that just goes in and goes, I am man. Owling is pretty decent, actually, I would say. Not as flexible as I would want him to be. So it's not like Namari levels of like, I can kind of fit anywhere and do stuff decently. He's kind of more like how I feel about Assaulter. Like Assaulter, yeah, they can be good, but I don't really enjoy using them as much. But I don't really agree with everyone going, D tier. No, he does too much damage and he can put out things consistently for him to be D tier. But I don't personally enjoy him enough to put him in B tier. So I say C is an unfair place to put him. I think in my heart and soul he's B. Realistically speak, he's B tier. Yeah. Necromancer. This one's hard. Necromancer is a bit quirky. But they're not bad. In fact, they're actually pretty damn decent. Not sure. You know, yeah, I think B tier. Pretty middle of the road, a decent healer, decent, got a night. Necromancer has a lot of tricks up their sleeve. But not enough like tricks to like be the wow factor, essentially. Not like Phantasma, Judge, or anything like that. So they don't push above the midline. But I don't think they're D tier. I don't agree with the 7 votes for D. No, they're far above D and C. I think midline's pretty fair. Oceanborn. Damage, okay. Damage reflect class with protection. With no damage. Big crab guy that doesn't bleed or do any damage, only stuns. He stands there menacingly. And he tries to heal. There's a design philosophy confliction going on with this class. Holy fuck, 100% of the people say fucking D tier. Oh my lord. That bait, oh, that's fucking hilarious. Everyone universally agrees that the fetishist BDSM Martyr Doll is D tier. I don't even want to rank it. Do I have to rank it? I don't want to rank it. I feel the same way about this class like I do about the hood. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna add another D for the memes. Miscreant! Now, the Omen Seeker. Now, this is interesting. That's a very interesting divide between S and B. I'm kind of split. Big badonkadonk aside. Right? The big badonkadonk honk that. Ignoring that whole thing. Talking specifically about her playstyle. I've already revealed that I like debuff gaming. Now, I don't think she's S tier on that alone. I don't even think she's S tier because of big honk-a-donk, ba-ba-ba-ba. I kind of like that she exists simply out of spite to make people go, I don't like big boobs. I really like that she exists, and I really like to spite people by point out, hey, look, fucking Omen Seeker. Let's make her bigger. That's what I fucking did. I made her bigger. Make them bigger. Do it. Because it makes people uncomfortable, and I exist to make people uncomfortable in that regard. I make people that go poke shit at, things like this. Why not? Because it amuses me. But anyways, Omen Seeker, in terms of gameplay, I'm looking at a straight solid A tier. Because her debuffs are very, very, very potent. She has a midline stun. She has quite a few debuffs. And Expunge can do a lot of damage versus bleed and blighted targets and all that stuff. There's a lot of potential that Omen Seeker can put out in terms of their kit design. And I really like playing the Omen Seeker. Now, I will admit, a long time ago, I used to be one of those people that go, oh god, big boobs. But my views kind of have changed over the last few years. And I've kind of warmed up to the class. And I've warmed up to the class quite a bit, actually. I kind of really enjoy the class. Big boobs and everything. Even though that's not really my thing. It's not my thing. I just do it just the big funny in the memes and, despite people that don't like them. But Omen Seeker, it's kind of a controversial icon in a way, if you think about it. Kind of a face of the community. In a good way. You know what? I think A tier is pretty damn a fair bet. I really like their lore. I really like their gameplay style. I really like how well they can fit in a bit back rank, front rank, and all that. I really like nuking things with Expunge or using the whip to pull things. And her debuffs are pretty damn pivotal in some encounters that you can do. She is actually pretty damn good. I see why people put her at D. They don't like the big breasts. I understand. I see why some people put her at C because, she doesn't seem like she kind of seems like an antiquarian without being an antiquarian, but honestly, I think the debuffs kind of put her above the edge in some way. I mean, look at Leper with Intimidate. Intimidate is like one of the best skills in the entire game. People look at Leper and go, delete, with Trap, but really, it's Intimidate that really makes things shine. And I kind of feel that way with Omen Seeker's debuff capabilities. Plus, she has a double stun with a stun cleave right there in the mid. She has a stun cleave for the middle of the targets. You're hitting a position 3 enemy and potentially a position 2. 2 stuns for the price of 1 action is really powerful as well. Plus, she has armor piercing or just do a lot of damage with her Expunge to bleed and blighted targets. She has a lot of versatility. She has a lot of good position, rank agnostic capabilities, good reach, good this, good that. Yeah, she's a solid A tier class in my opinion. Holtzman, really? B? Nah. I'm a bit biased. He does a lot of damage. Goldinger Cage. We have Goldinger Cage. We have, he's crazy. Holtzman, the Paraculturist, is unexpectedly powerful. In a way that you ramp up his damage. You just give him a little bit of damage. Just a little bit. And uses triple cleave. And he goes, delete. There was a mod rework of him recently that kind of bolstered his capabilities. It buffed everything across the board except his triple AoE. And someone's going, the triple AoE and that's the dude more. I'm like, no. 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 You don't need it. I don't think it needs it at all. Now, I understand why a lot of people put him at B. He is a bit underwhelming outside of his damage, and he does kind of not track as well. I don't know. This is difficult. I want to just put him at Aegis despite the rankings, but I kind of agree with the community sentiment of BCD. He's a position 4 hero as well. He also has a dead skill. I'm ignoring any reworks and tweaks that exist. I'm basing it off of the current class that exists. I talk up Paraculturists a lot. I'm probably one of the strongest Paraculturist defenders out there. He's really good. But realistically speaking, he's not an Omen Seeker. He's not a Lamia. Yeah, I think he's a B tier. Begrudgingly putting him there. B tier. Phantom. Ooh, interesting. We have 1 A tier. We have 7 B tiers. And then 4 D tiers. You fucking crazy? Alright, Phantom. This guy has actually gotten reworked quite a few times over the last few years. And Phantom has actually gotten a rework to where he's a little bit more... Oh, Nightmare has done a pretty good job of keeping pace with the modern scene of balance. To where he used to be a little bit more restrictive to where he can work in. But he had a recent update where I think really jumped him up a good fucking tier of usability. Icarus Heal or whatever it was a dead skill. You don't press that for anything now, it's a camp skill. His camp skills are really good. He has the ability to blight with debuff resistance. He has the ability to loot things called pocket sand or whatever. So he has unique trinkets. He has cross-class trinkets. He has some very interesting trinkets. Some of the trinkets are worse than others, but there's a lot of unique gimmicks and actions and stuff that's going on with the Phantom that kind of make him stand out, and he's very unique. There's not really a lot like him. He really does stand out as his own kind of thing, and that's rare for a modded class. At the end of the day, he's a shuffle mark attacker and stuff like that, but he's a little bit more than that with some of the flexibility he has in his kit. He has a position 1 and 4 attack called Death Ring, which can strip prot and still attack the back rank at the same time. He has Merciful Stab to where he can heal on executing targets. He has the Assassination attack to where he kills things and gets rid of the corpse. He has Blind Throw, which does a lot of fucking crit. He has a stunning He has like a forward-moving, stunning stealth, a forward-move stun that stealths himself. He also has Shadow Cloak, which disables himself from being moved with his own attacks. Like I said, he's very quirky, and I think that works more in his favor than against. And I see why a lot of people think he is kind of like middle line B tier, but I think he leans more closer to an A tier because he's quirky in a good way. If you throw him in a pure vanilla game, he's amazing. In a modded game, he's still pretty damn good. He's old, he's a little bit dated, but he has been kept up with the times. You know, in more ways, in less ways than some, but he has been updated quite a bit. I speak very highly of the Phantom, and I think the Phantom deserves the A tier. Ooh, Philomath. This is where I'm going to kind of disagree with the community votes. While I appreciate how effective the Philomath is, she's very one note to me. To where I feel like the Black Reliquary approach to her does her a bit more justice than the current I'm just going to stick her in position 4 and use head trauma approach. Because I don't think her kit is executed right enough to where I feel she really stands out too much. To me, you just kind of throw her in one position and press head trauma. But I see why people put her at A rank, because she is very popular, she's very strong, she has some pretty good potential. Now, I have found that she can be a pretty damn good stress healer if you don't mind her stressing the fuck out herself, and she can be a pretty good crit fisher. So I'm kind of speaking, you know, like she has design elements where I'm going to kind of sit here and, you know, use only one skill, but that's not doing her the justice she deserves. So I'm also defending the A ranking that I see here. But in my heart and soul, I believe she's a B tier. Mostly because she's a bit strong in the bad way, to where head trauma shouldn't be used in position 2. I'm sorry. That's a very strong attack for it to be just, I'm going to be used in position 2. And go la 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 and delete stuff. And that kind of falls into the trap of one-button hero syndrome. You know, one-button hero syndrome, I'm talking about like Vessel, where you just press Divine Comfort non-stop, right? But that's her main critical flaw. But if you look past that, she's popular for a reason, and I see why. She's got potential. And I'm pretty sure most of the people that are ranking her high mostly rank her because she's one button, I'm going to delete everything. But she can be a pretty good stress healer, though. I think B tier is, you know, middle line. She's not, you know, terrible. Pretty good. That's interesting. Phlebotomist 4S 6A 7B 4D 1C. Seems she's pretty split across the board. More people rate her highly than badly. I'll be honest with you, I'm not really a fan of the phlebotomist's kit. I'm not really a fan of the phlebotomist in general, because more often than not, I really don't find many uses for her in my team. Mostly because I would favor more someone like Forlorn or Powder Keg if I want a bleeder. If I want a healer, I would favor someone like Remedial Knight or Entrenched. So it's kind of really hard finding myself wanting to use her when I can just take a Plague Doctor instead. Where Plague Doctor is a lot more consistent, has a lot more flexibility. For the bottom is, her flexibility is kind of not really there. And I think she goes to C tier for me for that reason, because She doesn't really do it. I'm actually more confused of why she's ranked so highly. Rather than... I see why she has a strong B rating. But I'm confused of why a lot of people like her. And I don't really feel it for her. But I'm going to throw her into C tier. That's where my gut feels. Holy shit! The prefect, the cross-mod balanced man himself. That is very surprising to see that many yeses, though. I'm not going to lie, I really want to see where the resonant lies. I really want to see where the resonant lies. But, the prefect is amazing. In that the prefect can do a lot of neat tricks up their sleeve, depending on how much modded bullshit you got going on. You know, I kind of have to agree. This guy's an S tier. I don't really think of anything negative about him. He's got a good stun. He's got disrupt power. He's got a good healing potential. He's got good this. He's got good that. He can pretty much said fuck taking stress. He has a quad AoE mark. Yeah, S tier. I think he's strong enough in that regard. Ooh, Red Prince. You know, he's pretty flexible. He can work in positions 1, 2, and 3. He can dance around. He can do this. He can do that. Yeah, I see B tier. He's not like breaking the ice and breaking the mold or anything like that. He's not like, you know, wow factoring everything. He's pretty damn effective. He's pretty midline. He's, you know, right there middle of the pack. Yeah, I agree with B tier. Therapist. Very overpowered stress healer in a way, with some very interesting give and take buffs and stress healing. Now, is he overpowered? Isn't really overpowered? Not really. He is over... If he's overpowered, then Jester is overpowered. But Therapist has a pretty good... he's pretty good at sitting in the back and holding his own with the gunshots, with his debuffs, with his party support, while his buffs still being just risky enough to be like, yeah, this is balanced. He's very well balanced in that fact. I kind of like him. So yeah, good on Iris for this class. I don't think he's S tier. I think he's a high A tier. Rampato! Lampot, the big funny steel cyborg man. This guy has a lot of nuance to his kit. And that's saying something. Huh. I'm not sure. I don't know. Part of me wants to say S because he has a free block. Part of me wants to say A. Part of me wants to say B. Huh. I'm not sure. I actually do not know where to put him. He has a lot of... Breaking him down in just a couple minutes is hard. Because there's so much nuance to him. But I'd be stupid to say, oh, he's B tier. Or average. He's far from average. That'd be stupid to say, I'm going to throw him in S tier because... You know, I don't think he's S tier. No. No, if he quite... Man, this is a difficult one. I think the A tier is probably the right pick. Like, He's got some little bit of jank going on to make me like pull him back from S. But he's got so much fucking staying power. He's like, yeah, I'm a badass and I know it kind of vibe. I struck above a B class, B tier. Yeah, I'll give him A. Resonant. Interesting. More people like Resonant than I thought. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Huh. Alright. 49 participants, 5,000 votes. I'm curious how many participants we're going to get. I haven't even posted this video yet. Resonant. I'm not going to lie, I agree with the S ranking. I ain't even considering the other ones. Anything besides S is wrong because Resonant is stress flagellant. Resonant is amazing. Resonant is masterclass in design. The reason why I say they're masterclass in design is because it's a vintage class. And vintage ran the numbers. Very, very painstakingly close and Resonant takes a little bit to pilot, takes a bit of learning curve to kind of understand how to effectively and efficiently use her stress gaining abilities. You want her stressed, but you don't want her heart attack, but you don't want her losing stress either. She has to stay either virtued or afflicted in order to get the most of her kit. But in order to get her stressed or afflicted, you have to like actively go out of your way to break your habit of doing bad things and purposely do them, like have her investigate books, have her do this, have her do that. You want her being targeted by stress attacks and all that stuff. And a lot of her abilities ramp up her stress a lot, but you can kind of seesaw or balance it literally with what you can do with stress healing and this and that. She has a lot of capabilities, but she's very risky. Because if you rely too heavily on her, you can die. If you rely too little on her, you are wasting the team slot. Know what I mean? You have to lean into the stress in some way, shape, or form. But you can't lean too heavily into it, or you just fucking blow your load too early and you lose a character. I think S tier is the only place tier for her. In fact, I would put her at S+. But yeah, S tier. Interesting. I was expecting Crystal and Harold to be higher. I kind of agree with the B. I don't really have any strong feelings about Crystal and Harold, one either good or bad. She's a great healer. She's actually a really strong healer. She's got some pretty interesting little quirks and stuff like that. I'm going to put her in B tier, just kind of a safe bet. I'm going to skip you. Really, a lot of people put her at B. She's pretty damn overpowered, but I don't like the Dreamer. I really don't. I don't find the Dreamer compelling to play. Like, compelling to play at all, to be honest. I'm going to say C tier. Simply because I'm just bored when I play the Dreamer. Woo! 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 God damn, people love the Ringmaster. Okay. Wow. Let me take a drink of my soda here. Holy shit, what a resounding... Whoa! Whoa! To me, she's A. I don't consider her S, Holy shit, that's a lot more than I expected. I was expecting like B, A, and B. I guess people really love her design. I agree, her design goes hard. I can't wait for Butcher Boulevard. I think that's what it's called, that region to come out. Ooh! Y'all don't understand the future of modding at hand. Oh, can't wait. But all that aside, Ringmaster, I don't. S tier is pretty fucking tempting, but I don't think she's S tier. She doesn't have the staying power of a duelist or commandant or miller. She's very good, don't get me wrong. She's very, very good. But I don't think she's S tier. I think she's a very strong A tier though. Runaway, ooh. A lot higher than expected for the Runaway. Now this is where things get a little bit tricky when it comes to ranking things, because I have to rank things based on the base class itself, so no fire patches or anything like that, but Runaway has the fire shit built into her, so it's going to get a little tricky when muddled with my ranking criteria. Runaway is number 5 on my most favorite class list. Number 3 is Botanist. So my top 5 is so far blank, blank, Botanist, blank, Runaway. Now the reason why I like Runaway so much, by that logic, she's already S tier. I'm not going to explain further. I'm not going to explain why she's S tier, but Runaway can work in the back, can work up front, can work, she can work in fire teams, she can work in mark teams, she's an off healer. She can do a lot. She can be an off healer, she can be main healer if you really fucking wanted it to. She's very good. She's very good at what she does, and she's the premier she's the premier poster child of fire attacks. And my favorite way to play modded Darkest Dungeon is fire attacks. I don't need to explain further. Runaway is beautiful. Salamander, 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 Salamander. Without thinking about the fire attack patches, I don't even agree with B tier. I don't even agree with C tier. You are a D. Alright. We have another Bloodborne boy. The Saw Hunter, John Bloodborne himself. The Saw Hunter is a very, very, very strong class. He's automatically A tier at least. The Saw Hunter has incredible reach, has incredible bleed potential, has very good stun killing, very good stun, also has a stun riposte, and effectively immune to Crimson Curse, which kind of goes against him. Crimson Curse is something I want on my heroes, not preventing, because Crimson Curse is more of a boon than anything, because you're getting free damage, free speed, free this, and disease immunity. Who the fuck doesn't want Crimson Curse? But that's such a small downside that all of his upsides completely blow that out of the water. I think he's an S tier to me. He is like the prime example of a Bloodborne class, of how they should be, how they should act, how they should carry themselves and represent their parent game. He is absolutely fucking amazing. I'm a bit strong, but I think he deserves that S tier. Skip. Ooh. This is Cryptix's old class. The Spulcher, the Scythe dude. I have to skip because I never really used them. Seraph. The white bread herself. Okay. The white bread Seraph herself. Oh, this is not even fire attack patch for Seraph, so this is even worse. Is this current Seraph or old Seraph? That's the fucking question. Do we have new Seraph on here? Oh god, there's a lot of dudes on here. Oh god, there's a lot of dudes. A lot of dudes. A lot of dudes. Jesus fuck. I'm just looking for the new Seraph, god damn it. Oh boy. Oh, we have some modded work in progress classes on here. That's gonna be interesting when we get to them. That class is on here? That's funny. Okay. I don't see new Seraph. Question mark. Nope, I see new Seraph. Okay. C tier. New Seraph or old Seraph is very good, but kinda dated. Shinobi. I adjust them for a reason. D tier. Fucking D tier. Shrapnel. Sybil. Remember what okay. For those who've been watching this entire fucking time, I mentioned the Charlatan and one other class that does his gimmick way better than he did. This is the class I was talking about. Sybil is... I was very afraid of Sybil. I thought Sybil was going to be, oh no, we got a fucking area of effect restoration. Oh no, we got AoE blights. Oh no, we got really overpowered. I thought we had something crazy on our hands. But no, she was a very, very pleasant surprise. In fact, she's my second favorite Marvin Sale class. The other one's going to be revealed soon, but I really love Sybil. Sybil, you really knocked it out of the park, Marv, with her. Like, you can tell that his modding has really gotten better over the years. Oh, Sybil, you go right in the S tier. Exile. Product of his time, but very dated. I would say C tier. I don't want to go too much into detail of him because it's been a few years since I used him. But from what I remember of him, him giving like flat damage bonuses and stuff like that, he's not terrible, but kind of dated. C tier. Yeah, I agree with that. High A, rank agnostic, blight support or blighter with the really overpowered ability in terms of whale. But yeah, the Silent is really good. Silent is very effective at what she does, and she does it very fucking well. However, I don't really like that she's rank agnostic, because that makes her I don't know. I don't think she's S tier. She's not B tier either. Yeah, I agree with A. I take back what I said. I like that she's rank agnostic, because I can put her in position 1 or 4 and not care. Sisters. One of my top 5 favorite classes of all time. Number 2. No, number 4. So you have Botanist at 3, Sisters at 4, and Runaway at 5. This is my favorite Marvin Sale class. Sisters is automatically a S rank. And I can see why people are split between S, A, and B. Sisters takes a minute to kind of understand how to pilot them. But once you understand that the sisters they're a stress healer, they are a healer, they are a marker, they are a blighter, they are a executor, they're a damage dealer, they're a dot dealer, bleeder, dodge tank. She has so many fucking roles wrapped up into one character, and she has so much nuance and so many different ways of playing her while being just a transformation hero. Some people like to open up with marking and then trespassing. Some people like to set up Bramble and then go into the thing. Some people like to spam Crimson Dance. Some people like to play around her Scholar mode more than her Warrior mode. Some people just like putting her in rank 1, spamming Trespass against marked targets and getting those auto crits. Some people like me like using her as a primary healer and stress healer with Blossom and stuff like that. Like I said, she has so much going on with her that she is probably the most well-designed Marvin Sale class to date. Even better than Sybil, and Sybil is really well done too, but Sisters, they're hard to top. They're very, very hard to top. They're very strong, very good design going on here. S tier. Slayer, run and gun spam, C tier. I think Snake Charmer, I don't really have much to say. I don't have any strong feelings about one way or another. I don't think he's bad, and I don't think he's really that strong. I think he's a perfect B tier. So, B tier. Commandant. I think I feel the same way. Kind of tied between A and B. But I think he's pretty much average. He's kind of got a lot of damage going on, a little bit, lots of self-sustain, really good area of effect. Base shotgun with tactical slide loops, and his trinkets are fucking funny as hell too. I would say B. He's pretty midline. He's not like have any wow factor blowing him out of the water. Tactician. I really do like the Tactician. I really like what is going on with this class. I don't know if I would put it S, and I don't know if I would put it... I think A is a pretty fair place to put it. But at the same time, I'm not sure. Tactician doesn't require big think until you get the Color of Madness trinket set, or trinket, to where you just reverse your entire team order, and that's funny. The real power of Tactician comes from how you use the order she has and her trinkets. I think A is pretty fair for her design alone. Martyr. I'm very curious why she has such a high 8 S tier. What in the action? These ratings actually confuse me. She's split across the board and then S tier. I don't understand. She's a really good healer, really good tank, but she's the kind of healer that I don't really want to rely on for, just throwing her in rank 1 when it's such a contested slot, I think I'm going to go with B, just as a safe bet. Historian. I think a lot of people rank her in D because of the anime skin. But she's a really effective damage dealer, really effective support, really effective marker, and she can apply Aegis to people. But because she has the visible enemy eyes and the different skin, people are going to devote her because people don't like anime skins. It's whatever. I don't care, but I think B works. Let's go with that. Alright. Let's get things popping and cracking and stuff like that. So we have the Fox of Calamity here. I am not surprised to see such a split between A, B, and maybe one S here and there, and only a few C's and D's. Fox of Calamity, I'm kind of split on ranking. I like how much damage they're capable of, but they're not really my kind of jam or vibe of a character to play. I'm gonna go with C. No. C wouldn't be fair because they can do some pretty decent damage. They can do some pretty decent work and this, that, and the other. I think B is pretty fair. Middle of the line, decent. Straightforward and to the point. Solution. Very tanky, very good at stunning, very good with some blights and some support of healing the party. But I think the kit needs to cook a little bit more in the oven. So I'm going to go with C tier. The Gun Huntress, or Goblin Huntress. I've been back and forth on this class quite a bit over the last few months when she's been played. And reason I feel is that the Goblin Huntress is very tightly balanced. For better and for worse. She has a stun kill, but she has to work around that stun kill. She has a mark killing, which she don't really have to work too hard for the mark killing. She has a good stun, but that stun cannot be used in rank 1, which understandably so. So she has a very powerful toolkit, but she's designed in a way to where you need to plan the party around her to make the most use of her most overpowered effects. And so that is a very unique way of looking at her, right? She has very strong effects, but they're not really spammable effects, and she has a reload mechanic to where she needs to, reload her shells and this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. Her reload mechanic is also really good in terms of pushing out the crits and the accuracy, stuff like that. So that's also interesting. So I'm kind of torn between A and B, right? Actually, I wouldn't be remiss at putting her at S as well. So it's kind of hard to rank her. I think she punches up above the weight class just enough to be an A tier. But is she S tier potential? I would say she is A tier. No. Because of how tightly balanced she is and how very well-rounded her kit is at working it up front and in the back, it's kind of like another Axolotl situation where she's kind of good anywhere. Plus, she has the ability to move her allies herself, and she has a guard. I'm going to put her in S tier because I strongly feel that she really does stand out among the crowd as a very versatile DPS with some support capabilities. Stargazer. This dude is overpowered as balls, and I am surprised to see so many people throw him in B tier. He has a broken guard, he has a very good heal, he has a lot of stress healing capability, and I am very surprised to see so many Bs. Not gonna lie, I really like him. He's not in my top 5. My last top 5 will come up soon, but it's not him. Actually, I have a tie for first place in the top 5. You'll see what I'm talking about in a minute. But the Stargazer is a bit of an interesting case in that I feel like his ascendant capabilities are a bit stilted toward need to be tweaked, basically. His single target attack really doesn't do much for the effect it gives, because it stuns himself when he uses it. You might as well just either use the pole, which I think is a stun, or use the AoE attack. Using the laser beam from the fucking heavens doesn't do enough damage, or the self-stun just hurts, you know? But is it enough to really knock Stargazer down from A tier at the very least? No, it does not, because the Stargazer is a very, very effective character at just being a very good support and guarder. I'm thinking A tier at the very least. He's very good at what he does. So we have the Steel Driver. Ignoring the rework I'm using of him, I do pretty much agree with the sentiment. He's either C or D. I don't think he's like bottom of the barrel garbage tier. I really appreciate that John Henry is another. The Steel Driver is a nod toward the John Henry American myth of a guy who took a hammer and outdone a fucking steam engine, and then it killed him and all that in the end, even though he won. And when you hear thunder booming, it's him using his hammer and striking and shit and all that. That's really nice. I don't want to go into the American myth too much, but that's pretty much what he's based off of. Steel Driver is far from being useless because he does have leopard damage with armor piercing. But he does have a couple sins in his kit. Sorry for that, I kind of forgot I'm recording the fucking window. He has a couple sins in his kit. They really hurt him. He has a bad actor dot, and he has a summon. So he has 2 dead skills right off the top of the bat. That alone knocks him from B tier, which is where I was initially going to place him if he had decent skills. He goes right into C tier. Storyteller. A very underrated class, and another one of those niche cases where I have to consider he has fire attacks without other fire attack classes being present. He is a standalone fire attack class because of Incinerate, or whatever the hell you call that skill. But he is a damage dealer that kind of shifts between Storyteller mode and Author. I think his transform state is Author, stuff like that. But anyways, he has 2 forms. He's an Abomination style hero. He has some pretty decent AoE, he has some pretty decent stuns and stuff like that. He has enough tools to kind of fit in a lot of teams. He's very midline focused, but you can still put him in position 4 or position 1. And he has some self-sustain as well to kind of offset some of the pressure from your main healer in the party. And I think Storyteller kind of performs his role really well, and he punches above the weight class of mediocrity and average. I think he's a solid A tier, so I agree with the community rankings here. Succubus, played this class a long time ago, and time did not do her justice. I'm going to say she is a C tier. I don't want to go too much into the details of her, but her force guard, enemy guard, and silence capabilities kind of hurt things, and mod stability is kind of important to me when it comes to these rankings. She's kind of hurting there. C tier. Tanker, really? Not a single A rank for him? What the hell? Oh, you guys are crazy. This guy's a fucking A tier. He has leopard damage from position 4. I think he has leopard damage. Dude, he's fucking amazing. You can use him in position 1, 2, 3, or 4. He has some shuffle capability. He has some great self-healing capability. He can defend the party. Holy shit, I am very surprised. Fuck that. Give my guy some love. He's an A rank, easily. Ooh, Tempest. Tempest is another hot topic class that I'd love to bring up now and then, because we have area of effect restoration done right, based on kills with the person you augment with the ability. But other than that, this is an interesting case of a class where they are a support with some pretty good tools for doing some DPS. Now, I don't believe that Tempest is S tier. Far from it, I would say. But I do say that Tempest is a very solid contender for A. Very high A, maybe bottom of S tier. But I would say high A, right there, up there with Oliver and stuff like that. Because they have a lot of tools for many different types of battles. You can kit them out for boss battles, you can kit them out for trash fights. They are very good at maintaining versatility and usability no matter what content you plan to take them through. So very solid design from Vintage, another Vintage W. A tier. I haven't used him, so skip. Thorn. Mother of God. Position 1. Sorry, I'm going to fucking mute the music because it's annoying me. And I'm going to unmute Darkest Dungeon. So let me go ahead and do that. Alright. The Thorn is my #1 favorite class in all of modded Darkest Dungeon. Why is the Thorn my #1 favorite class? The Thorn is an old class that has only aged like a very fine wine. The Thorn can do it all. She can work in position 1, 2, 3. She can heal, she can guard, she can bleed, she can stun, she can mark kill, she can you can go offensive Thorn, you can go defensive Thorn, you can go a hybrid Thorn. She can work in position 3 with the attack where it bleeds everything and all that stuff. She's very, 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 very effective. She has 3 different riposte effects as well, depending on which move you've used, and they are all unique in terms of animation. Her aesthetics are very top tier. Her everything she's got going on with herself. Minmo and Baybot fucking knocked it out of the park with this class design. And I see I'm not alone in seeing that, you know, she's got 7 A's and 11 S's. She is a very popular mod for a good reason. She has stood the test of time. So my top 5 favorite mods are Thorn, Sisters, Botanist, what's the 4th one? Runaway, and some other one. I can't remember off the top of my head now, damn it. Whatever, I'll revisit this sometime later. Anyways, we have Sisters, Sisters. Alright, here we go. Botanist, Thorn, Sisters, Runaway, and where's the other one? My brain's not working today. I've been recording for 6 hours. Recording for almost 6 hours. Working on the 6 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, Do I need to explain why the Thorn is good? Thorn is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And it just goes to show that this class is such a standout in design. S tier. The Squire. Interesting to see such a split between A and B, but not a single S. I like the Squire, but I find there's a couple elements of him that kind of... His head trinket is very powerful. That's a lot of crit he is giving. He's pretty damn decent, I would say. The tie between A and B is actually a pretty fair contender. And I think he is an A class. Even though the guard riposte kind of brings him back a little bit because of how common guard riposte is these days. But it makes sense for the type of class he is. He is a man-at-arms, like man-at-arms crusader type of mix. But it's not terrible. I would say A tier, yeah. I agree with that. Boom Prospector. Front line stress healer. Guys, this class is after my own heart. I think he belongs in S tier. He is very fun to play, very fun to use, and he's just versatile. And plus, he's a Bloodborne class, but he's slightly different than other Bloodborne classes because he works off of days, and days is not the Butcher Circus days, kind of modern days. Kind of hard to really go too much into details on without, you know, taking up another hour of the video, but I'm going to be the first S rank for this guy, and I think that's a fair ranking for him. Tusk. I see why some people put her at B. Of all the Masquerade classes, I think Tusk probably stands out as one of the more simple ones for the better. Other Masquerade classes are just overly convoluted for the sake of being convoluted, and their designs are just like, but Tusk, I can actually agree with B tier. Subject matter aside and the artists and stuff aside, I think Tusk is up for pretty solid B tier. Yeah, I agree with that. D tier, I don't have to fucking... I'm sorry, Twilight Knight aged like fucking milk. I'm sorry, but Twilight Knight, you aged like milk. Young Crown. Now, this is an interesting one. I don't think he's S tier. And I see the community votes are like, they're as conflicted as I am. I see arguments for S, I see arguments for A, and I see arguments for B. I don't see arguments for C and D. I see why he's B, and I see why he's A. I think he's a solid A tier. The dude can do a lot of work for how frail he is, but he can still punch well above his weight class and then some. Let me see. This is very interesting. I don't know where to put him. To be quite honest, I am not sure where to put him. I kind of feel bad if I put him in B. And I feel bad if I put him in A. I think he is an S tier class, actually. He's amazing. No. I think he's a solid A contender. The more I think about it, he's a bit strong for what he is doing. The kind of... the rich is rich when I have sisters up there. Huh. I think I'll put him at A. I think that's fair. Ooh, boy. Aren't you a very interesting little dude? He is a very recent use of mine. The Opwat, whatever, however you say it, the Jackal guy. He's a damn good class, actually. The few people that put him at B and A, I think they see the light. The people that put him at D kind of... I'm not sure why so many people think D. He's got some pretty good effects on him. I'm gonna go the middle of the road here. I would say he's a very solid B, middle line, average duder. Very good at what he does, but, you know, not overstepping anything or anything like that. He's pretty damn decent. He's pretty damn decent. I put him at B. Blazing Lord. I see arguments for A and B. But definitely not S. What I like about Blazing Lord is the interesting spin on the Abomination style class. To where Blazing Lord... Blazing Lord is interesting. I really enjoy her. Her kit is pretty straightforward. I'm gonna just confidently say she's, you know, midline. She's not doing anything too crazy. She's not that unique, but I enjoy her. B, midline is pretty safe to say. Veiled, S rank. This dude was ahead of his time. Of the Darkest Dungeon 2 Flagellant. This is what the Darkest Dungeon 2 Flagellant wants to be. Veiled foresaw the future. This man is really good. Really, really good. He's very powerful with a very significant downside of, hey, I'm dancing on death's door. And that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to be proud of it. And I think I don't need to really explain. I think the community sentiment is like, yeah, he's really good. And I agree. Holy crap, okay. I was expecting more A's and S's. But a lot of D's here as well. I'm going to be completely honest with y'all. I do not like the Marauder. I see why some people put her at A and S. I really do. I do. But her balance is weird. She is a moneymaker with omni-range Iron Swan. And she's not as interesting for me to really play. To be very honest, I don't like her. In fact, I've taken her off my roster more times than I can count. I think she's going right in the D tier. Vigilante, that's a very interesting split. Huh. Do people not know he can solo everything? Jokes aside, that is actually a very interesting split. 4 S's and 7 D's. And then, right, some people go, I don't know where if he's too strong or not too strong. So we're gonna throw him in the middle. Alright. I don't know. I don't really have a strong feeling about him any which way. I do think he's kind of really overpowered in a bad way. You just press one button, riposte, and go la 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 la. I'm just gonna ramp up dodge and delete everything on everything that attacks me, stuff like that. Two of the most overpowered mechanics in the game, riposte and dodge, while ramping up his own damage. But I'm gonna go with C tier. I don't think it would be completely fair to throw him in D tier, because he's not badly designed. Well, yeah, he's not terrible, but he's not great either. I'm gonna go with C. I think that's fair. Viper. A solid 8, I would say. She's not really like doing any wow factors like Veiled or Thorn, but she's not it'd be criminal to put her as a fucking middle line B, because she's got a lot of good fucking damage, a lot of good use here. A tier, 100%. Ooh, Vixen. I really like the Vixen. I really like the Vixen. Furries aside and all that stuff, the Vixen is interesting in that she is a support riposte kind of dodge tank vibe going on here. And what I like about the Vixen is she's pretty... It takes a minute to kind of get the ball rolling with her, but once you do, she's a very good stress healer. She has some good bleeding capabilities. Her trinkets are pretty fun to play around with, and I really do like what she's accomplishing in general. Much better than the old Vixen that once existed once upon a time. So, yeah, I'd say yes. No, not quite. While I do enjoy her, I think my bias toward her is creeping in front of me. I'm gonna go with A. Voivode. Yeah, I see C. He's not terrible, he's kind of middle of the line. He's not terrible. Surprised that so many people rank him at C. The dude's boring, but he's not bad. Huh. If boring was a crime, then I'd be in jail. Okay, bad joke. Weird joke. Cringe joke. No. I'm not the biggest fan of Voivode myself, but he is good at what he does. Sit in human form, pull a thing once in a while, bleed a thing once in a while, maybe guard a dude. If you're feeling a little spicy, turn in the big bat thing and start killing things and have some real fun. Yeah, excuse me. I think a B tier is a pretty good place to set him, because while he's boring, he's pretty damn effective. Ironclad! S tier, baby. He is fucking amazing. Void and Zot. This class is really fun. You can play him in a few different ways. His trinkets are really fun. He can be marker. He can be a mark killer, marker, fire attack dude. You can have him be a guarder. He's really good. Very, very good. And a very faithful recreation of the Ironclad into Darkest Dungeon. And plus, Saber's art is... Woo! I think this was Saber's premier class for showcasing their art. I'm gonna go S tier. Musashi! Ah, boy! That's a lot of S tiers. That's a lot of S tiers. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm putting a lot of classes in S than I expected in this video. But you know what? Remember how I said there was one other dude that kind of stands up there in terms of my favorite classes? He is tied with the Thorn for the #1 spot in my top 5 favorite classes of all time. The Wanderer is another class that has only aged like a fine wine. And the reason why I say that is he has a couple quirks, a couple things he can do that just makes him mwah. So perfect. Actually, I lied. No wonder I couldn't find my 4th or my other favorite class. I didn't rate it yet. We'll get to that in a minute. Let me see where they're at. Look up. They're not far behind. Cool. Okay. So, in my #1 spot, we have Wanderer and Thorn, tied for first place. I can't help it. I can't decide between the two. We have Runaway. We have Blank. We have Botanist. We have Sisters. I am pretty sure those places have shifted throughout this video. I don't give a shit. I've been doing this for 4+ hours now. But Wanderer, you are a easy S tier. I don't have the mental energy to explain why, but he's just good. He's very good. Ooh, Warlord. The one infamous case of me skill issuing so consistently on a class, I still forget how to play Warlord. There's just something about Warlord where I'm cursed to like go, what does this button do? What does this button do? God, what am I gonna do with this character here? How am I gonna fit them in a team? Warlord makes me stupid. And I know Warlord is good. Warlord is amazing, but there's something about Warlord that just makes me go, dude, fucking orb of stupid. I don't know why. I like shuffle characters. I like characters that move others with their skills. I like characters that can guard riposte the backline and delete shit, but there is something about Warlord where I just go, duh, and I don't know why. Unfortunately, based off of my personal experiences of using the class, even though I know 400% sure they deserve a higher ranking, I'm going to put them at B. Until I break this curse, in my heart, I know they're an A. But me personally, of how I feel about them as a class, I think they're a B. So that's where I'm going to put them. Oh yeah, this is a Sunlight class. That's Solaire. Never used him. The Legion. The Fire Emblem Legion. Devil Axe Stonks. A tier. Werewolf, I haven't used enough. Wildcat, pretty solid B. Nothing too crazy going on here. I am aware that there's going to be a remake of this class, so I'm not going to go too much in the depth of them. What I'd really like to do with them is make them into a crit machine and go la-da-tat-tat-tat with fucking Fists of Fury and just all the extra actions. They're really fun. B tier. Wizard Gang. Shadow Money Wizard Gang. Alright. So, Wizard is interesting. I'm split between S and A. I feel like Wizard, in their non-fire attack patch version, I think they're an S. Their fire version, I think, is worse than their normal version. And that's interesting. Usually a fire attack to me upgrades a unit, but in specifically the Wizard's case, his base class is moi, because the fireball is that much more powerful. But there's one thing alone that is stopping me from putting the Wizard at S, and that is if you miss that fireball, there is no worse feeling in the world to me so far in any other class where I go, well, damn, I missed my big attack, guess I'll go on cooldown now. And that's what fucking hurts about the Wizard. However, that does not pull away from his other strong aspects of this class. I want to say he's a very resound A rank. But due to the fact that he can miss that fireball and it goes on cooldown and it just feels the worst. Oh, it feels the worst. Skip, I haven't used you. Wraith. My least favorite Marvin Sale class. In all honesty, I think it goes too hard on the stuns, and I think he's a bit too rank dependent on a lot of factors. I'm going to put him in the C tier. I don't even think he's really a good midline duder, because he's so locked in to one type of playstyle that it is not fun for me to play. He's strong, but it's not fun. And that really detracts my ranking of him. Even though Arbiter is like one of the weird cases I have where they're my least favorite vintage class, but I'm stupid to ignore how powerful they are, and they can be fun, you know, using the big iron fucking funny sound effect attacking to blast the backline. Arbiter is still very versatile and very effective. Not so much the case here with the Wraith. Wraith is not very flexible. In fact, Wraith is very inflexible. He wants to sit in rank 2 and rank 2 only. Maybe he'll tickle the enemies a bit in rank 3 or 1, but he wants to be parked in 2 for the majority of his kit. And that's not a good thing. I'm going to go C tier. Wretch. This dude did not age very well indeed. I don't think he's bad as people keep saying he is, but at the same time, I don't know. Does he deserve to be in the same tier as Cataphract? That's the question. I think C tier is fine. He has his moments, he has his capabilities, he is very tanky, he can be a HP sponge. He has his moments, I'll give him C tier. Guan Yu! The Martial Saint. In all honesty, I'm not sure. I don't think he's B tier. No. This dude is very interesting though. Very interesting kit. And I think he's unique in that fact, and that kind of makes it a little bit hard to say whether or not he's A or S. I'm thinking. I'm thinking really hard. I think I'm leaning toward A. Because this, my god, can he delete enemies? He can also be a very good support. I think he's an A tier, yeah. I understand why the community is going, he's B. Yeah, he's totally a B. I don't really agree with it. I don't agree with it not one bit so far. He's not S tier. I don't think he's that good. But he's definitely an A tier. Woo! The final one. Ladies and gentlemen, the final one of my top 5. I love the fucking Oni. Yoni is another one of my top 5. She's S tier, 100%. I don't. She's Mountain Breaker. She has lungebot gameplay style. She has a good stun. She can delete the backline. She can self-sustain. She has a good good trinkets, good riposte, very good stress healing. Good, good. Very well-rounded fucking class. She's a bruiser, tank, and I just love the Oni. She's like one of my go-to classes where I go, alright, I need to steamroll everything, pick up the Oni. Very good champion level character at the end of the day. She's one of my all-time favorite classes for a good reason. Big, strong, muscle woman is a very appealing aesthetic to me. That kind of helps go along with that route. But gameplay-wise, is also one of my favorite gameplay styles, where she has a free action move. She has I just like lungebot style classes, honestly, but she's really fun. I love the Oni. S rank. The old 2B. I'm going to skip. Never used you. Juggernaut. I'm going to put her in B tier, not because she's weak. Far from it. She's very fun, very interactive, very good to play, and she's an Arknights class, and I'm a huge Arknights fan, but she is very, 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 very powerful. So powerful, in fact, I think that kind of detracts from my enjoyment of her a little bit. Otherwise, she would be in the high A tier. But she is so powerful that I kind of gotta bump her down and put her in like the midline pack, to where like I'll use her here and there and all that stuff to have fun, but she's got so much raw strength that I'm not really feeling it too much to put her past beyond that. In my heart and soul, she's an A tier, but practically speaking, she's B because of how much power she does put out. I have not used this class, so I'm going to skip. Wait, okay, now we're getting into the wild card territory. Beast Hunter. This is a work in progress class by Iris and Chano. Chano, I think, also did the art for Maester. And we loop on to the next day of the tier list. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had 4 hours of recording yesterday in the same video. And I had to go like, it's time to take a break. So, I'm going to start off right from the top of where I last left off. As of recording this video at 6 days left, 1 hour and 12 minutes and 27 seconds. So far, we have 71 participants for the tier list and over 6,000 votes. And so far, my list is looking pretty decent. For my S tier, we have Combat Bombard, Botanist, Trapper, Duelist, Choir Hunter, Axolotl, Arbiter, Prefect, Forsaken, Gun Huntress, Brain not working. Come on, Brain. Resonant, 2B, Tomb Prospector, Miller, Runaway, Judicator, Saw Hunter, Sybil, Maester's Sisters, Navigator, Thorn, Veiled, Ironclad, Wonder, and Oni. Hedge Knight, that's who it was, Hedge Knight. Anyways, our A tier is looking pretty tight as well. Our B tier is kind of our like middle of the route, sort of average, still a little flaws in my opinion, but nothing that really knocks against the class too hard. So we have stuff like Juggernaut because they're a little too strong. Then we have Watcher, who just, I have bad luck with Watcher. But we still have a good chunk of the cast to go through. And we go up through here, we can also click on most votes and see the community vibe check on everything. And so far, it has been interesting. I'm surprised. Okay, I'll cover these soon. I don't want to spoil my reaction to some of these. But anyways, let's start right from the top. This is all going to be one video, like I said. I'm going to do a separate one where I kind of break down most votes and average votes, the community consensus, closer toward the end of this voting period. Right now, this is just all my reaction. I'm just kind of throwing all up. So, I originally skipped over Cane Hunter or Cane Knight, simply because my voting criteria was going off the base class. But in all honesty, I'm going to revisit that thought and go off of the Cane Knight Redux. And the Cane Knight Redux, I believe I said I would place him at S, but upon thinking a bit more, I think he's closer to an A. The only reason why I don't really put him up to S is he's a little bit awkward to pilot at times with he wants to shuffle about but doesn't really have the tools to shuffle as much due to his kit just being a little bit weird, just a tiny bit, and that kind of prevents me from throwing him up in S. But he is a solid A tier. He can push, come to shove. He can hold his own and put out some good numbers, and his classless trinkets are really nice. Anyways, into A tier he goes. Now the Cleric Errant, I believe that's what this class is. I've taken a closer look at him after the end of my last recording session, and honestly, I remember why I don't really use him too much. Just kind of a mixed bag. Nothing really in the kit interests me too much. The community consensus here with C and D sort of echoes my thoughts. I don't think he's bottom of the barrel D tier. I don't think he's that bad. He's functional and he works for what he is. But at the same time, the interesting story about Cleric Errant, I think he started as an enemy, then he became a class mod, then became another enemy. Once again, he's changed hands and sides so many times in modding. It's pretty funny, actually. But due to that novelty alone as well, he gets a solid C tier from me. Now, the Golem, I have not ever used. I don't know their kit too much. They're a holdover from Movement Dungeon before that went belly up and it just kind of collapsed in on itself. And they took an old enemy concept that was going to be released with Movement Dungeon and it got swallowed up as an enemy mod in Home for Lost Monsters, and it also got turned into a class mod. I don't understand the thought process behind people that really want enemies as mods or class mods for some reason. And for that reason, I never really just got around to using him. I just kind of didn't really use him too much. Or no, I can't really give him a ranking, so he's going to have to be skipped. The Herald. Now, the Herald, I am familiar with. He is rather focused on the blights, and he has some pretty interesting support capabilities. But he is hilariously overpowered in a way where it's like, it's impressive. But I do have to give the lad credit. He makes me want a kind of like a redux of him, and I see why some people rated him S and some people rate him B and A. He is very strong, but for that reason, I don't think he deserves C tier, because he has some merit to exist. The same way I put Apostate in B tier, in the same way I put Juggernaut in B tier, and a couple others I feel are really strong, but kinda if they're too powerful, I don't push them past into A. I think, due to the novelty of the class, I think he deserves a nice B tier. Now, the Hierophant, I believe this is the Hierophant. I am not a fan of the kit design, in all honesty. Reason, I'm not sure. It's a bit of a mixed bag in kind of a unfortunate way to me. One, the art is a little bit dated, and I hate using art as a reason to dislike something, because I know art is expensive and it's putting down a lot of effort that people put into it, but it does kind of stand out more than usual. And it's the same reason why I don't like ripping on class reuse skeletons like Apostate does, but I do. It's hard to ignore that. It's, you know, half the freaking class's identity is their art and animation. But Hierophant, if I'm looking at his kit or her kit design alone, no, it's a he. I just looked at the mod page. So it has Condemned Heretic. You know, the kit design is not the worst thing in the world, but I do find it is a little bit dated in a way. I don't know. They're very strong versus Bloodsucker class. A lot of people are saying B, a lot of people are saying C, and a lot of people are saying are D. But honestly, I haven't really used them too much to kind of know, so I had to skip them. No. I haven't used you, no. The Jiangshi is an unfortunate case of, this could be a really interesting class, but I feel like the execution has fallen off, or has fell off since release. I never really liked using the Jiangshi because, one, they have a very, very, very hilariously overpowered skill kit, and then other parts of them are hilariously underpowered. It's just one of those classes where I'm like, I like the idea, and I like this weird Chinese zombie resurrected to go fight things, but the execution of the class itself is kind of a mixed bag. So I actually have to echo the sentiments of the community and go with a D. The Keeper. I have not used the Keeper simply on merit of body horror. I do not like body horror in my stuff or anything like that. Then you have stuff like Rudiment, but Rudiment is so like obvious, it's and shit like that, but creepy shit like the Keeper. Now I have looked at Keeper's moveset and their skill kit and their design. Honestly, I'm not really too drawn to it in any which way. I don't think it's D tier. Like, I can judge this class just by looking at its kit, and I think it's a solid C tier, I would say. Either C or a B. Like, it can do work, but you kind of just end up spamming one move. And so I'm just going to go with C. Air. This is a main class. It was novel at the time, but I'm going to have to go with D. Kratos. Kratos is actually not terrible. I have actually used him unironically a few times in my estates, and I kind of like some of what he can do. But I'm going to give him a B tier. I have used him, and I liked using him before. I don't really have anything else to say about him. He's not like A tier, he's not like breaking the mold or anything, but he's pretty middle of the line, he's pretty average, nice and decent. Marissa, that's a pretty big split between D and B. Marissa is the one Necromancer Toho class I have used on videos, and I remember myself enjoying her quite a bit. I do not believe she's D tier. No, not even C tier. I think she's pretty middle of the road. Middle of the road, nice and average. No, nothing knocking her back too much. Just, you know, nice B tier. Bit awkward on her positioning, and the spell card system is actually pretty entertaining to work around. Same with the other Toho classes, but I haven't really used them too much to give them an accurate judgment. Now, same thing with Maid. I have not used Maid. I have not used... I think this is Man of War. I've not used him. The Priestess, or the Miko, I have not used. Exhaustus mods. I think this is... Harbinger? I'm not the biggest fan. This is either Harbinger or Revenant. I can't tell by the helmet design. Let me look that up real fast. I believe this is Harbinger. Let me give that a quick little look-see. Harbinger. No, this is Revenant. No, this is Harbinger, yeah. The Harbinger, this is the guy that has the two or three different modes or whatever. Path of Decay, Path of Frost, yeah. I like the idea he's going for, but he's rather strong. In fact, he's so strong, I don't even think I want to put him in B tier. It kind of pulls him back, and he's a bit... So, I'm going to be honest, most of the problems with Exhaustus mods is not the fact that they're bad. Quite the opposite. They're very interesting and rather well developed, and Exhaustus is very dedicated to their mods. But I feel like they're not designed with the vanilla game in mind. They're designed around everything and anything Exhaustus does first, everything else last. And so, if I were doing a tier list and focusing on Exhaustus mods content only, Harbinger would probably be closer to like a A or a B, because of how a little bit different he is compared to the other Exhaustus mods. I do like Harbinger, but in regards of the base vanilla game and some modded content, he kind of falls off a bit. Mostly due to the convoluted skill kit. This doesn't really fit, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm not going to go D. I will go C. The Seer is the same thing, but I have actually tried to use the Seer, and honestly, the RNG nature of their restoration hurts any consistency this class really tries to put out in base game and modded content. I have to agree with the D, unfortunately. I love the idea, but there's too much RNG involved, and I feel like I'm getting crit 0 bleed occultists on every other heal, essentially. And it actually feels worse than that. I have not used this class. I cannot rank it. The Templar. There's like 2 Templars out there. two versions of him, and they're both not the greatest thing in the world. Templar has a bit of an identity crisis, essentially. He wants to be mid, he wants to be frontline, he wants to be a healer, he wants to do this, he wants to do it. He wants to be a crusader without directly making a crusader. You know what I mean? And I think that's just awkward for him to try to be piloted in such a way. I don't dislike the Templar, but I also don't really enjoy him too much. And I don't think it'd be fair to say he's focused toward... I don't think he's middle of the line either. I think he's looking more of a C, because he's trying too much to do something. He doesn't pull off the front line well. He doesn't really do much for support. There's other classes in vanilla that does his gig better, basically. So I'm going to have to say C tier. Solaire, I have not used. Werewolf. Okay, so the werewolf is interesting. I have actually used the werewolf, come to think about it. And the werewolf is one of those classes that kind of... It's using the abomination skeleton, but it's also... We come back to this idea of consistency and RNG. And she has a couple skills where you just kind of loop those over and over and over in order to do, well, basically just do her job. You kind of ignore some of her kit and just keep spamming the same moves. And that kind of knocks her down a little bit for me. But I think the main thing that really hurts the werewolf in general is, again, RNG, randomness, and consistency. It's the same reason why I kind of rate... I mean, then again, I've rated Legion in A rank. But he's also based around that, but I think he does it in an interesting way, plus he has ways to work around that. Werewolf is kind of locked into the everything being RNG, with the transformation and all that stuff. The werewolf is good. I can see why people rated her B. I can see why one person rated her A. But B and C is looking to be like where I would place them. And the question is, do I put them in C or B? And I think they're a solid B tier. Nice middle of the road, even though they're inconsistent at times. They're still very effective. They're still a good class when you want to chance their transformations. So, Werewolf, you get right there in the solid B tier. Haven't used you, haven't used you, haven't used you. Ooh, this is where it gets hard. Alright, so for context, this is a work in progress class by the name of Beast Hunter by Chano and Iris. This guy is an abomination style transformation class where in his human mode he sits in the back and he kind of acts like a pseudo antiquarian where you can get skins and sell the skins and all that, but not as overpowered as Trapper. He has a very powerful versus mark gun attack. He has a stun. He has a reload that sends him to the back 3 as a free action, but he makes him go last in the turn. It really amps up his next shot. Then he has a transformation where he goes to the front of the team, disables transformation, so once you transform he can't go back to gun. But he goes to the front, he can activate Repulse, he can guard others, he can heal himself and heal others for a small amount. So you can play him as a position 4 DPS and then once in a while go beast mode and like be a uber tank, essentially. He's really interesting in how he plays, and the workshop, the Steam Workshop is going to break when he releases. Because the artist that's doing the work for this class One, this class has like 4 or 5 different skins, like skeletons, like completely separate skeletons, not palette swaps, completely different skeletons, completely animated differently. And the artist for this class is putting out a fucking manga length comic for him that's so detailed that, wow. This class is like been in work in progress only because of the comic hasn't been released. He is functionally done as far as I know. Beast Hunter is like one of the most impressive projects I've seen in terms of work scale, and I can't wait to like fully show him off when he's like released and everything. And he's really cool. I really love him because he's a position 4 DPS. He's automatically like an auto slot for a lot of my rosters, but he is very fun. I really enjoy his gimmick. I do think he is pretty strong, but it does come at the downside of his beast mode being a bit risky, and his versatility kinda hurts a little bit due to him being like a park in position 4 to shoot things or stun things once in a while, and then you transform and like you guard. So he doesn't have a lot of variance in how he plays. With his trinkets a little bit, but it's not much flexibility there. But the roles he does perform, he has 2 of them. He does them really well. So this makes it very difficult where to place him. S tier is where I want to put him. I love this class. But A tier is also a very fair place to put him, simply because of his lack of extreme diversity. Like everyone else in S tier, they got a lot of different ways of manipulating a fight, manipulating how they play, and this, that, and the other. Whereas A tier, they're all pretty solid contenders as well. This is difficult. I'm gonna go with A tier. It hurts my soul. I really want him in S, but I don't see it. He doesn't have the versatility as the other classes in S. So, A tier you go. The Dragon Saintess. I've used her a bit, and she is a bit awkward in a... She's unique in a very few ways. The Dragon Saintess is an affliction focused, well, not focused, but she's an affliction only class where if she afflicts, she turns to a big giant dragon, which really amplifies some of her moves and they do big effects. She is a shuffle off DPS with healing, but healing in a really weird way, where she either wants to be full health and do a big buff and all that stuff. She can do a massive heal to people below 30%, or if they're at 0%. So she has very potent effects, but they're very high risk as well. She has an AoE attack that can do massive damage, but it also hurts your party as well. She also has a forward 2 lunge attack against bleeding targets that can stun them, so she has a lunge bot routine built in. She also has a fade, shadow fade kind of dealio built in with a frontline cleave. She does have a fire patch, so she's very risky, but at the same time she's also very strong, and the consistency is not there with some of the risk. Now, she is not C tier and she is not D tier. She is far from the worst class available. She can do some fucking work. I don't think she's overpowered by any means. In fact, I think she's rather fair for how risky she is, barring a couple of examples. But she's definitely not S tier, not to me. She's bordering like A or B. But I'm in my heart, in my gut, I'm kind of, again, community votes are echoing my sentiment here. I think she's a B. Mostly due to how her consistency can be kind of fucked over by HP percentages with her healing and her other abilities. And plus the self-damaging nature of her AoE and how restrictive the healing she has can be. Sometimes you just don't have things lined up right for that healing to go through just right, and you get fucked over and people die. And that's how, when you're playing at Blood Moon Champion, you don't want that kind of thing. You want consistent heroes. And she doesn't have it. So, she goes right in the middle of Pact. Martianus. This is the also-awaited Moth Girl that a lot of people are begging for the release. Don't worry, she's coming. It's just barks and a couple other small tweaks and edits. But she is she's a shuffle support with some means of doing DPS. She originally was a lot more stronger and more overpowered before a couple tweaks kind of toned her back and put her right in her place. But at the end of the day, she's a stress healing support with a couple moves where she can shuffle the enemy and shuffle your party like that. The more your team dances around, the better Martianus gets. And with how effective her stress healing is and how potent her buffs are, she's amazing as support. Now, I don't think she's S tier, but she is very versatile. I think an A tier is very fair for her. She can do some decent damage. She can do some sustained heals with a 4-2, and she also like takes up the blight just like, you know, Crimson Court enemies. And she's a Crimson Court themed class. She's a Crimson Court moth, right? And I should focus her a little bit more in future videos. She's really fun. I enjoy the Martianus quite a bit, and I got her in the Blackthorn estate. She's going on another expedition and stuff like that too, so you guys will see her very soon in another video. But I really do enjoy Martianus. I'll give her an A tier. If she was fully complete and stuff like that, she would be an easy S tier. But because she's still work in progress, there's still a couple small tweaks I think may be done. She's A tier. Boy. I'm not the biggest fan of the Estranged. There's two kinds of Estranged. Let me see if both of them are on here. Okay, there are both of them on here. Are they both ranked differently? Yep, they're both ranked differently. Okay, so I'm going to assume this one's the director cut and this one's the original. So, the original... Sorry to say, but there's a reason why I didn't like the old Duchess. All skills unlocked and all that stuff. I'm going to go C tier. I initially looked at D and I'm like, yeah, but I don't think D tier is fair. Because this version can do some decent work, but I'm just not a fan. In my personal enjoyment of the kit, really detracts from using this one. Plus, I haven't used it as much compared to the other version. I'll go C tier. I think that's a fair place to put it. I don't see it being D tier because it's not a bluesman, not an astronomer, it's not a monk. C tier. Now this is the director cut, and the sentiment on this boy is a little bit more different, even looking at the community votes. Now, the original Estranged is all skills are unlocked and all that stuff, and he's kind of locked into one playstyle. And that's why I didn't really like that version of the Estranged. He's just, again, versatility is a huge factor to me when it comes to classes. This one, he's a pick 4. That means he doesn't have all 7 classes unlocked. You pick 4 of his 7 and you work around that and you build them, and he has different set playstyles that he can work around. Now, I don't think he's A, but I do so believe he's a very solid B tier. He's like right there in the middle. He's not, doesn't have any significant flaws holding him back, but he doesn't really shine in the Hall of Heroes with Tempest and Omen Seeker and all that. But he's right there in the middle. There's nothing too bad about him. You know, he's existing right there with Apostate, Philomath, and stuff like that. I think he's a pretty average dude. He's very fair to use, and he's pretty fun at times. And I really do enjoy this version of the Estranged. So I see why a lot of people like A tier. He is pretty fun to use, and his effects are really well done. The moon cannon art is also really well done. The Dark Souls references built into the class is also pretty fun. You know what? I'll give him A tier. Fuck yeah. Now this dude, this is the, God, I'm trying to remember the name. The Goofy Goober himself. This is one of the strangest classes I've used. One of the strangest dudes. I'm trying to remember his name. He is also, quote-unquote, the Instigator. That's what he is. He is a work-in-progress class hosted in Iron Crown. His healing ability is fucking huge. His damage reflection shenanigans is huge. He is a gamble class without RNG, if that fucking makes any sense at all. I think B tier is pretty fucking fair, actually. He is strange, he is weird, but his weirdness and quirkiness hurts his consistency for the A tier. I think B is more than fair, because when you manage to get him to work, he works. He works really well. The Sus Among Us. I have not used this class on video, other than teasing him now and then. I'm very surprised to see people put him in D tier. I guess they put him in D tier. I'm going to hazard a guess people put him in D tier because he's a fucking Among Us sus. The Sus Among Us. That's the reason why people put him in D tier. His kit is actually really well done. He's a very fantastic hero. Like, without a fucking doubt, he's really well done. He shifts between your party, this and that. He disrupts the enemies. He can do massive damage versus mark. He is a very good dodge tank, and he is a shuffle hero. The sus is actually really good, and it doesn't at all feel any bit overpowered. In fact, this is a very well designed kit for a fucking meme. And I wish he was a little bit more serious and not a meme, but the fucking effort that gone into the animation and the art and all the memes and the trinkets, and this class is really fucking well done. You guys have to believe me. When he comes out in the future, he is really good. Seriously, give him a fucking shot. He is an easy S tier. I fucking not joking at all. He is really good. This boy, or this duder, how's it going? I have not gotten a chance to show off Nico. I had a chance to playtest Nico a bit, and I thoroughly enjoyed their entire playstyle. And I've actually managed to give some feedback. I don't think I've gotten them on video, unfortunately. By the time this class was coming out, I was going through a lot of stuff IRL, and a lot of stuff was just happening at the time. So the YouTube gig kind of took a backseat to a lot of stuff, unfortunately. But I'm very surprised to see the community is going like S, A, B. This class is very good. Very, 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 very good. Like, very good. I'm already looking at S or A. They're very versatile. They're very effective support. One of my favorite gameplay styles is debuff gaming. They can augment your stalling routine with their double accuracy debuff to the front line. You can also turn that into a stun with one of the trinkets. You can farm trash mobs and do one shot with a sniper rifle. They have a little bit of healing. They have a stress heal. They have a little bit of everything to be a support. They're an offensive support as well, and they can actually put out some damage if you build them for it too. This class is fucking phenomenal. One of the better releases I've been kind of surprised by, actually, and it's no longer a work in progress. It's fully out, get released on the summer solstice, actually. I was thinking A, but putting this class in A would be a sacrilege. The amount of effort and... yeah, this is S. This class is so fucking versatile, man. So effective at what they do, too. Playing on the hardest type of content at Blood Moon's Stygian Blood Moon, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, with fucking 60% HP enemies and all that shit. Pure dark. He'll make you win runs. Or they will make you win runs. Excuse me. Anyways, S tier. Rani. Lunar Princess Rani. I am a bit mixed on this one. I'm not the biggest fan of this type of abomination style hero, but at the same time, she's very versatile. I see why a lot of people put her as, she's pretty good. She's not overpowered by any means. This is a pretty decent Iris class too. But, I don't really vibe with her as much as I want to. Which sucks because Lunar Princess Rani is like my favorite character from Elden Ring. It hurts me to do it, but everything in my brain is screaming at me to do it. D tier, no, B tier. No, she's not D tier. She's far from D tier. She's not C tier. To me, she's just another kind of like middle of the road DPS in my opinion. She's like a dodge tank and all that stuff, but there's just so many others that can do that as well. I do appreciate that she is very flexible and she can kind of dart in between front and back, so she's not really fighting for any set position. You know what? She's A tier with that alone. The Radiant. This is a work in progress mod by NBB and Cerebro, and it's work in progress. I cannot fairly give this a decent rating because it's not completely. There's no class camp skills. There's no class trinkets, so I'm kind of basing this off of his normal combat kit. He has a really fun gimmick of acquiring a resource that you use as fuel to expend for powerful effects with his other skills. And he has a guard riposte that's actually pretty balanced in a way. Also, basically this is a Crusader that's using the Radiant Crusader as its own class. But due to it kind of being a bit more work in progress than normal, and there's not really much for me to kind of go on, and it's very much subject to change, I have to skip. I can't confidently give this class a rating and be fair about it. Hwarang. Hwarang? Hwarang? Really bad at saying that name. A lot of A tiers. But honestly, this dude is a solid S for me. I fucking love this class. Solid S, without even thinking about it. The Cyan Flash is a really good fucking opener. He can sit up front, he can do in the back, he can shuffle, you can use him as a weird support. He has a little bit of self-sustain, his trinkets are fucking top-notch. He's really good. I find him extremely fun to play. S rank, without a question. The new Seraph. Ooh boy. Ooh, that's a very divisive community vote. Interesting. A lot of S's, fair amount of A's, and a lot of B's. Couple C's and a handful of D's. You know what? That's fair. Some people really love this Seraph, some people don't really like this Seraph. Some people kind of find this Seraph okay. And I am very glad that this Seraph can exist alongside the Legacy Seraph, which is very nice, actually. Oh wait, can it? They should have different IDs, right? I don't think they do. I think they share the same ID. So they cannot exist together. Right, I haven't made the Temperance yet. I'm sorry, guys. I meant to fucking make the old Legacy Seraph its own standalone class. Anyways, Neo Seraph, the new Seraph, the current one. I am not sure. It's a very hard one to place. What I miss about the old Seraph is, even though she was white bread, she had a role. This Seraph is a damage god, but not very flexible. But they're very good at their damage. See where I'm kind of conflicted here? Very, very conflicted. I want to put her at A. I don't think she's an S for me. But she's not a B. She's not a C and she's not a D. I think she's an A rank. She's pretty middle of the line when it comes, in all things considered. But she does it pretty well, I feel. She has a very clear role. And she does that role very well. It's very risky, so it's not really kind of stepping into the overpowered terrain. But since she's not like super versatile or anything like that, she's not an S tier, but A tier? For being like a damage god and all that stuff, that's kind of risky to pull off, and when you do pull off, it's like really good. Yeah, A tier. I have to skip Tiny Justice. I'm sorry, I have not used them, but my initial impressions, I do agree with this community ranking here. I do agree with A as somewhere around there. They are very fucking very dance oriented, very shuffle oriented. Lots of shit going on with this class, but I have not gotten a good grasp on the entire kit yet. So I have to wait until I play it fairly. The Songbird. Ooh boy, this one's fun. This is another work in progress class by Cerebro using the Magician Hawaiian skin. Hawaiian shirt octopus or Hawaiian octopus shirt or something like that. The dude that made a couple saucy reskins for classes like the thighs skin for Sarav and such like that. Anyways, this class is a pretty interesting like mix of a little bit of debuff, a little bit of DPS, a little bit of this and that. I really like it. I can't really go into too much of the details because she's got a lot of nuance, and the nuance is actually in her favor. And I see why people rank her A. I see why people rank her B, because she can be a little, you look at her and go like, what the fuck's going on here? Because she has two modes. She's two like music modes, and she's an orb that does stuff. The little tricks she has are many. She has many tricks up her sleeve. Her trinkets are a bit of a stat stick, but they're interesting stat sticks. The Songbird is very interesting. I have to think about this one. I am thinking about this one. You know, I think they're a solid A tier. They're very versatile, but I don't think they creep into the S tier. Not quite yet. But they're a very strong A. Very strong A. Alright, how many do I have to go? Oh, dear lord, we have a lot to go. Okay. We can do this. This is Dave. I don't think I have access to Dave, but this is the Eldritch... Or this is the Warlock with Eldritch Blast, the Moth. It was under work in progress, but I can't really fairly give this a ranking. I have to skip. The Goober. She's also work in progress and all that stuff. I don't really have a lot to say to her about her right now. I can't really fairly give her any ranking, but I can't really fairly give her a high ranking or a low ranking. So I think B is fair. Skip. I have not used these classes. I have not used this class. Weaver is... This is a work in progress class, but is currently undergoing another rework. I have to skip. I cannot give it a ranking. This is the White Priestess based off of... This is the Ender Lilies class. This one's hard. You have to think. What criteria do I judge this class for? Do I judge it based off the base, like I've been doing everything else? Or do I take into account of the Vanilla Adjustments mod, which is an optional add-on for the class? if I go with the base, mod, they're a C tier. I wouldn't say D because they're very compelling to play. Very compelling to play, very fun, lots of things looping around. But same thing I would say for a lot of the other stronger mods that kinda really tilt things in an unfair way against the enemy. I don't really rank anything higher than a B when it comes to that. There's a couple that managed to squeak by like that. Ringmaster is one. Ringmaster is hella fucking broken, sorry to say, but Ringmaster's... A lot of people love the Ringmaster for a good reason, but Ringmaster didn't hit S tier. How many people voted Ringmaster S tier? Holy fuck, 19 people voted Ringmaster S tier. In fact, she's the most voted S tier. Look at that. Jesus fuck. Okay, let's go back to you. I think the White Priestess, with how fun and compelling they are to play and how the coding is on this class, I think they're a pretty solid B tier. I mean, they're very strong. I mean, even considering their base class, I think they're a solid B, just for the fun factor alone. And they're very fun. Yeah, B is fair. Guru. Honestly, I need to skip on Guru. I've been away too long to understand the nuances of his new redesign. I want to give him an A or S, but I can't really fairly say, yeah, he's an A tier without, well, like, knowing his kit. Butcher Bird. I'm sorry, she's a D tier. I do not like the Butcher Bird in any way, shape, or form. I just don't like her. The Begone Thought crit bark also really grates me beyond no fucking shadow of a doubt reason why. It just does. Skip that. Grove Tender, the one-button hero. I'm glad to see that I'm not alone in this thought. I know people really like their healers, but Grove Tender has a problem of she can heal, but that's all she does. Her other moves are not in any way strong enough to justify even really using her. Even her heals are like, I have to say D tier. I have not used you, so I have to skip you. Heartbreaker. This mod is another work in progress class, and I kind of echo. It's a very interesting split, actually. Some people are saying C, some people are saying D. The Heartbreaker has a lot of power built into some of his moves. And I am privy to some information that the Heartbreaker is going to go through a rebalance with some of their skills and all that stuff. His fingers triple cleave versus mark damage is very high. His out of the way ass slam stun is pretty strong as well. I would say he's B tier because I want to give him A, but I don't think that's right. He's very, 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 very effective, but also very, very strong to where I think he still needs a bit of fine-tuning on his balance. And that's kind of putting them in the same category as like White Priestess, Mud Rock, well, Juggernaut. Keep calling her Mud Rock because I play Arknights, so I know the character. But, you know, it puts him in the same category as those other strong classes. And I think that's fair. It kind of skews my B category quite a bit, it seems. But, fuck it. B tier. Hollow Knight, I have not used you. Or no, I have used you. You're not the worst thing in the world, but you're also kind of not really compelling to play. I think C is fine. I don't have much to say. Rudiment. I see why a couple people rank him high. He's super powerful. He's by no means weak, but he's too strong. Quad AoE blights, party guards. I don't have anything bad to say about him. It's the truth. I don't like the Rudiment because I feel like I'm playing a cheat code. He's a very unfair class for me to play against enemies. Even on hardest content, he's like, okay, my victories feel unfulfilled when I have him in my party. And I don't... Does he belong in D? I did put Marauder there. I did put Manad there. I did put Milkmaid there. Yeah. I can't even think to give him a C based on artistic value alone. I think this lad is a D to me. Yeah, sorry buddy, sorry creature. Swordbearer. This guy, the times have not been kind to him. I don't think he's D. He's not really overpowered in any way. I'm surprised people give him S. Actually. I wonder what they see in him that I don't, but... He struggles to perform. But at the same time, he can, it's very awkward. I'm going to give him C tier. Bone Taker. I don't think I've used this one too much. No, I haven't. I'm going to skip Bulwark. Now this one is very interesting. Initially, I think this class was way too fucking strong for its own good. Now, it's a little bit more fair. I say a little bit, you still have... You take a brick and go, yeet! And just completely decimate that back line. And stun things. And for their first mod, Bulwark is hella great. I really do enjoy Bulwark. They were pretty strong at their release, but I think they got toned back and they got fine-tuned just enough to where it's like, yeah, this is a fair class. And plus, her transform state, she takes her hands and rips flesh from the enemies to make them bleed, like Lahito from Kengan Ashura. Razor's Edge is... And I love that. Her fucking hands are so strong, she's ripping flesh off of everything. She also has a little bit of a, off-healing potential as well. So that's pretty interesting. I think she's a solid A. She still has some interesting little bugs and quirks going on, but they're not as bad as they were before. Her riposte is very good. Her guarding potential is really good. So basically, take a man-at-arms and shove a fucking highwayman up his ass. That's what you get. Not really a highwayman, but just take a fucking man-at-arms and crank up his damage. She uses 2 shields, beats the shit out of everything, rips their flesh off, throws bricks at everything, stomps on the ground. She also has a very unique, when she's in her transform state, her transform state has animations outside of combat and stuff like that, which is very rare in mods, because for stuff like that, you have to animate extra sprites and have more art assets and stuff like that. So that kind of thing is, she must have been a little bit more expensive than the average mod, because she has a lot of art assets going on here. Yeah, this is A tier. This is another Exalsis mod, the Fury. I have not used you actually, so skip, Enchantress. This one's difficult. Another case of people taking bosses and turning them into class mods, and I kind of mixed on that idea. But at the same time, she has been slightly rebalanced and all that stuff since her initial release, and I still find she's a little bit weird. She's not C, but I don't argue against it either. This is difficult. Very difficult. I think they're a C tier for me. I don't enjoy the kit enough to kind of rank it higher. Scorpion, I'm going to skip. Ripperkin. Unlike the Enchantress, I do enjoy the Ripperkin. And this is by the same modder, and I think the Ripperkin is like a Hyper Hellion. Bit awkward on some of their rank restrictions here and there, but it's not the worst thing in the world. As long as you build them like a Hellion and play them like a Hellion, you should be good to go. I'm gonna put them in a solid B tier. I'm gonna skip you. Alright. Alright, lads. This is the Rogue. This is the cooler brother of Dismas. This is Darius. I love that he's got a couple S's. And I'm kind of thinking the same damn thing. The Rogue is a very great offensive debuff class. And an ongoing theme with a lot of my favorite classes is they have great debuffs. I mean, look at Phantom Mutes here, Omen Seeker. Let's see, who else? Librarian, Gem Hunter. Let's see, Falconer has some. Therapist has some. And then you come up here. We have you. Yeah. There's a fair amount of debuffs. And his debuffs are very good. His trinkets are very good. His gameplay style is very fun. I feel very guilty I wasn't able to get any feedback out for this class, because he was in testing in a time where I was really just not able to do anything. But believe me when I say this class is very fucking good. I don't have a bad thing to say about him. S tier. The Nurse is the latest mod by Snore. This one's a bit of an interesting topic for me. And something I hadn't been really brought up yet. I don't think I'll bring it up here, but talking specifically about the class, there was good work done with the kit design, and Hester's art and animation and stuff like that is very well done. And I'm not gonna lie, I really do like the Nurse. I will admit I am a little bit biased with some recent events and all that. Just some differences between me and the modder. Without, like, I don't dislike the person or anything like that. Just a few things like that. And I'm still kind of like, jumbling through some thoughts in my head. You know what I mean? So it's... But that is not really muddling my thought process behind the class mod. Because I'm here for the mod itself and all that stuff. And no, it's not modder drama, this and that. Get out of here with that shit. I'm not going to entertain any of that stuff here. But, all things considered, I think this was one of my favorite mods that they have done. I had placed Remedial Knight up high for a reason too. Because Remedial Knight, again, kind of like a Vestal Man-at-Arms hybrid, but has a nice little frontline role tank. Even though I'm not really a big fan of the Blue Archive shtick. Hard to deny a good kit when I see one. Now, I don't think Nurse is S. But I do kind of echo the community thoughts here. I'm gonna go with A. I have not used you, so I'm gonna skip you. I'm in the middle of testing this class, giving feedback, so skip. I have not used you, so skip. I don't like the Innocent. I don't like the Innocent. Not even just body horror alone. The Innocent is just... Ugh. I don't like their premise, kit design wise. D tier to me. The Piper is a work in progress that is not complete. I cannot give this a ranking. You fuckers are crazy. What? The fucking fridge? S rank? I guess bitches love their heels. He doesn't do anything but heal. You fuckers are crazy. The fucking meme isn't that? Oh fuck. You know what? I see a compelling argument, S tier. Very compelling argument, S tier. Senua, I'm gonna skip. I never used you. Never used you. You are an unfortunate case of age had really gotten to you. You're a position 4 DPS with some off healing capability, but age was not kind to you, D tier. Dark Wraith, I'm not the biggest fan, but he does work pretty well in darkness teams. A little bit strong in that regards. C tier, we're going to rapid fire this real quick. Not the biggest fan of you. I've played around your kit, but D tier. I've never used you, never used you. Don't know what the hell you are. You a Jedi or something? What the fuck? Skip you. Is this the Thrall? It's been a minute since I've seen him. B is... he's leper, but better. But also not better, because he lacks intimidate. Thrall ain't the worst guy around, but I do agree he's not really A tier. Yeah, I kind of feel that with the community sentiment. He's a B tier to me. Haven't used you. I don't know anything about you. Rescuer, I have not used you. The fuck is that? Oh, the divinity. D tier. Wait, what? The fuck is this guy then? That's not Thrall. Why is Thrall on here twice? What? God, okay, you go B tier. God, this is the dude with a million skills. D tier, sorry buddy, you're just not, you're way too excessive. Was that everything? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the last leg of the tier list. So the Samurai by Kagwin. He is pretty middle of the line in my opinion. But age was not really kind to him at all. I'm going to give you a C. The Count. I don't feel this one. I don't feel it. I'm not just echoing, I'm screaming with the community vote here. D tier. The original Goblin Huntress, I have not used too much. The original one I used, but I'll give it a B. Nah, C tier. Just really overpowered and all that stuff, and lots of really powerful class actually, in a lot of bad ways actually. Pinhead, I have not used. Or Arch Wizard. What? Some people were S? What? Really? No, I don't agree. She's a C tier. She's not like bottom of the barrel to me, but she's very massively overtuned to where I don't even want to put her in B. Boatswain, I have not used. I do not know who you are. Have not used you. And we circle back. My tier list is done, ladies and gentlemen. Woo. Let's go through real quick. So we have Commandant, Bombard, Botanist, Trapper, Duelist, Choir Hunter, Axolotl, Arbiter, Prefect, Forsaken, Goblin Huntress, Hedge Knight for Resonant, 2B, Tomb Prospector, Miller, Runaway, Judicator, Saw Hunter, Sybil, Maester, Sisters, Navigator, Thorn, Veiled, Ironclad, Wanderer, Oni, Sus Among Us, the crewmate. What the hell's your name again? The one-shot Nico, Huarang, Rogue, and the Samsung motherfucking Fridge. All in S tier. Then A tier, we have Examiner, Gunwitch, Corsair, Trophy Hunter, Bowman, Remedial Knight, Senshi, Matriarch, Oliver, Anointed, Duchess Reformed, Entrenched, Exorcist, Therapist, Falconer, Uncrowned, Practitioner, Squire, Forlorn, Gourmet, Rampart, The Cursed, Stargazer, the Hollow Knight, Ringmaster, Judge, Powder Keg, Gem Hunter, Lamia, Tanker, Storyteller, Legion, Nemo version, Librarian, Silent, Phantasma, Tactician, Monitor, Tempest, Omen Seeker, Phantom, Viper, Vixen, Legion, Fire Emblem version. Both Legions ended up in A, that's interesting. Wizard, Guan Yu, or the Martial Saint, K Knight, Redux, Beast Hunter, Martianus, Estranged Director Cut, Lunar Princess Ronnie, Nusarov, Songbird, Rampart, and the Nurse. And then finally, rounding out the midline dudes in B rank, we have Watcher, Blackguard, Itinerant Cook, Bogat tier, Curator, Centurion, Charlatan, Acolyte of the Sun, Apostate, the Mushroom Man himself, Philomath, Dragon's Duelist, Namari, Exterminator, Red Prince, Chilchuck, Crystalline Herald, Janissary, Kraken Slayer, Land Dweller, Lawbringer, Mambo, Snake Charmer, Commandant, Tusk, Martyr, Historian, Arcane Scholar or Mercil, Owlwing, Necromancer, Paracodulist, Fox of Calamity, Upwat, or the Anubis looking dude, Blazing Lord, Voivode, Warlord, Wildcat, Mudrock, Herald, Magician by Necromancer, Kratos, Werewolf, Dragon Saintess, Instigator, the Goober herself, White Priestess, Heartbreaker, Ripperkin, Thrall 1 and 2, don't know what's going on there. And then down in the C tier, which is a little bit below average, and there were some classes I feel like have some issues. We have Beastmaster, Nun, Chaplain, Alchemist, Assaulter, Phlebotomist, Eternal, Harlot, Hexer, Dreamer, Claimants, Steel Driver, Old Whitebread, Seraph, Privateer, Exile, Succubus, Slayer, Lyos, Solution, Dredge, Vigilante, Wraith, Wretch, Cleric Errant, Keeper, Excelsis Harbinger, Templar, the original Estranged, Hollow Knight, Swordbearer, Enchantress, Dark Wraith, Samurai, the original Rampart, and Legumin. And then finally, in D tier, we have Bloat, Bluesman, Cataphract, Abyss Sinker, Arsonist, Starminer, Enigma, Fawn. I'm trying to remember the name of this dude. I don't remember the name of you, dude. Fusion, Eris, Hive, Hollow, Salamander, Beastkin, Shrapnel, Shinobi, Illuminate, Candleman, Monad, Milkmaid, Twilight Knight, Monk, the Oceanborn, the Offering, Martyr, or Marauder, Jiangshi, Air, Seer, Butcherbird, Grove Tender, Rudiment, Innocent, Babushka, and the other few. Don't remember the names. I don't remember the name of this one. Divinity. This is I don't remember his name, and then the count. And then these others, I either don't know the class enough or I didn't want to rank them because of some reasons. Most of the ones I didn't want to rank were because they're work in progress or I haven't used. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the most votes we have across the board. So the most votes for the community poll, we have Ringmaster Veiled Ironclad. Really interesting. And this is funny. The Samsung fridge is one of the most voted classes at the top. Oop, we had Axolotl jump up a little bit. That's pretty cool. This is a pretty good sentiment. I'm very surprised Vixen actually got up into the S tier. Very surprised indeed, actually. And she has a pretty split ranking here. I put her at A tier myself. See, Sisters being that high up is very interesting. A lot of my favorite classes are echoed by the community, it seems. In fact, we have Oni, Wanderer, Botanist, or all 5 of my favorite classes are in S tier. Look at that. Oh shit. Well, this has been a very interesting community poll. It looks like more dudes are going up into B tier. This, that, and the other. Anyways, y'all, I'm going to link this poll into the description of the video down below, and I'm also going to include it in the pinned comment. And I'm also going to make a community post.